What if the gods you worshipped were mere puppets, their strings manipulated by those in power? In the sprawling empire of Rome, the skies were painted with the faces of deities. Their glories echoed in the chants of the masses, but beneath this celestial facade lay a sinister truth that few dared to question. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the forum, a whisper of unease rippled through the throngs of citizens. They gazed skyward, their awe betraying an unsettling ignorance, unaware that their fates rested in the hands of cunning senators and ambitious generals cloaked in the guise of divine will. Every temple glimmered with the flickering light of sacrificial flames, the air thick with the scent of incense and the sweet tang of blood. Yet, behind the offerings lay a chilling rationale. The myths that breathed life into their gods were not mere stories but instruments of control, meticulously crafted to bind the people's minds and hearts to the empire's will. The tales of Jupiter's thunderbolts and Venus's beauty were designed not only to inspire reverence but to stifle dissent, ensuring that the citizens remained loyal even as their freedom slipped away like grains of sand through fingers. As the Roman legions marched across distant lands, their conquests glorified in epic poems, the very essence of mythology began to warp. Each victory was heralded as a testament to divine favor, reinforcing the belief that the empire's expansion was preordained and blessed by the gods. What was once a celebration of culture morphed into a chilling narrative of superiority, cloaked in mythological grandeur. The populace, entranced by these tales spun by the elite, willingly traded their autonomy for the comforting illusion of divine providence. Yet, a storm brewed on the horizon. A rising tide of discontent simmered beneath the surface. The stories forged in the fires of mythology began to lose their grip as the cries of the oppressed grew louder. Was it not the gods who had brought them suffering, or was it the very men who twisted their stories? As the amphitheaters echoed with the roars of the crowds, a profound question lingered. When does belief morph into a weapon wielded against one's own spirit? With each passing day, the tension escalated, the streets alive with whispers of rebellion. The fabric of Roman society, once tightly woven by the threads of myth, started to fray under the weight of truth. What happened when the veil of mythology was pulled back, revealing the mundane machinations of power? Would the people rise, emboldened by knowledge, or would they cling desperately to the comforting tales of their ancestors? The stage was set for a catastrophic reckoning, with the gods of Rome watching, their fates intertwined with the very mortals who had once revered them. In a world where belief could either shackle or liberate, a reckoning was on the brink. One that would redefine the lives of millions and echo through history, leaving indelible marks on the soul of an empire. What would unfold when the mythmakers met the mythbreakers? The answer lay tantalizingly close, waiting for someone brave enough to seek it out. In a time long before the rise of the great empire, the air around the 7 hills of Rome crackled with the whispers of ancient spirits. A flicker of firelight danced in the shadows, revealing the faces of those who sat huddled together, sharing stories of gods and heroes. Their words wove a tapestry that enveloped the night, filling hearts with awe and fear. Each tale, laden with emotion, was more than mere entertainment. It was the very pulse of a nascent civilization, a way for early Romans to make sense of a chaotic world. The origins of Roman mythology stretched back to the dawn of Rome itself, when tribes roamed the rugged hills and valleys. These groups, each with its own customs and beliefs, painted their understanding of the universe through the lens of divine intervention. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, they told of deities who influenced their lives, protecting them in battle, blessing their crops, or guiding their fate. The gods were not distant figures in the sky. They lived among the people, felt their joys, and shared in their sorrows. As Rome grew from a humble settlement to a bustling hub of trade and culture, the stories of gods transformed alongside it. The influence of ancient Greece crept into the fabric of Roman belief, weaving new threads into the rich tapestry. The Romans adored the tales of Greek deities, each character brimming with flaws and virtues that mirrored human experience. Jupiter, the king of the gods, was a figure of power, yet his unending pursuit of beauty often led to chaos. Juno, in her jealousy and fierce protectiveness, embodied the emotional complexity that tied mortals to the divine. These tales stirred something within the hearts of the people, urging them to reflect on their own lives, their struggles, and their hopes. Yet, while Greek mythology painted grand narratives filled with epic battles and heroic quests, the Romans grounded their stories in the very soil of their homeland. They revered deities that personified the forces of nature and the essentials of daily life. Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, held a sacred place in the homes of every Roman family. Her flickering flame was a symbol of unity and warmth, a reminder that the heart of the home should always burn bright. As families gathered around their fires, they shared not just stories of old, but the hopes that their lives would be blessed by her presence. The tale of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers raised by a she-wolf, sparked the imagination of all who heard it. Their bond, forged in adversity and betrayal, mirrored the very fabric of what it meant to be Roman. Courage in the face of overwhelming odds. The fierce nature of their story, filled with love, rivalry, and bloodshed, echoed the struggles of the city itself. As Romulus stood atop the Palatine Hill, a vision of greatness and ambition, the heart of Rome began to beat, ignited by the flames of myth and legend. Roman mythology was not static. It breathed and evolved, absorbing influences from conquered lands and cultures. When they encountered the Etruscans, the Romans found a wealth of new deities and rituals. The Etruscans introduced them to the significance of augury, the practice of interpreting the will of the gods through the flight of birds. It was a mystical art that filled the Romans with a sense of purpose and connection to the divine. Even the mundane activities of life were imbued with the sacred, as they sought guidance in every decision, from the most trivial to the most monumental. As the empire expanded, so did its pantheon. The gods of far-off lands were entwined with Roman beliefs, creating a rich tapestry of worship that spoke to the diverse populace. Isis, the Egyptian goddess, found her followers in the bustling streets of Rome, while the Persian god Mithras brought a sense of mystery and camaraderie to the soldiers. These new deities offered solace in times of uncertainty, reminding the people that the divine was ever present, no matter where they came from. Amidst the soaring columns of temples and the vibrant festivals that filled the streets, the Romans crafted rituals that drew them closer to their deities. The Lupercalia, a festival of fertility and purification, stirred the passions of the populace, a celebration that echoed the raw emotions of love and desire. As the young men raced through the streets, striking passers-by with strips of goat hide, laughter and exhilaration filled the air. It was a moment when the boundary between the mortal and divine blurred, allowing the people to feel the presence of something greater. But the shadows of doubt crept in as well. As Rome faced internal struggles and external threats, the stories of the gods became a source of comfort, a reminder that they were not alone in their trials. The tragic tale of Aeneas, fleeing the ruins of Troy to find a new homeland, resonated deeply with the Romans. His journey was one of resilience, of fighting against insurmountable odds to forge a future for generations to come. With each retelling, the flames of hope flickered brighter, urging them to believe that they too could rise from the ashes of despair. The origins of Roman mythology were steeped in a rich history, an emotional landscape where the threads of human experience intertwined with the divine. The passion and fervor with which the Romans worshipped their gods ignited a flame that would burn through the ages, shaping the very identity of a civilization. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the city, the stories continued to echo through the streets, weaving their magic into the hearts of all who listened. The world of mythology was alive, vibrant, and endlessly fascinating, beckoning the Romans to ponder their place in the grand design of existence, an unbroken chain of tales waiting to be told. In the flickering torchlight of a grand temple, the air was thick with the scent of incense, a mixture of sweet myrrh and pungent frankincense, swirling like the whispers of the gods among the gathered crowd. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes wide and filled with fervor, waiting for a glimpse of the divine. The priest, draped in flowing white robes, raised his hands in reverence, his voice a melodious chant that resonated through the marble columns, reverberating against the hearts of men and women who believed that their fate rested not in their own hands, but in those of the gods. In ancient Rome, religion was not merely a set of rituals or beliefs. It was the very backbone of society, intricately woven into the fabric of power and authority. The Romans worshipped a pantheon of deities, each possessing their own realms of influence. Jupiter, the king of gods, ruled the sky. Mars, the god of war, presided over battles and conquests, while Venus, the goddess of love, wrapped her enchanting arms around the hearts of mortals. Their presence was felt in every aspect of life, from the triumphs of warriors to the humble beginnings of farmers tilling the soil. The power of religion extended beyond the spiritual. It was a tool, a weapon in the hands of emperors who understood that to control the hearts and minds of the people, one must first gain the favor of the gods. Emperors like Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, cleverly entwined their rule with divine approval. He proclaimed himself a son of the divine, and through this celestial connection, he solidified his authority, creating a bridge between the earthly realm and the heavens. Citizens worshipped him not just as a leader, but as a god among men, and in doing so, they surrendered their will to his. But the stakes were high and the tension palpable. Every decision made within the Senate, every law passed, was suffused with the belief that the gods were watching. Sacrifices were made. Animals were slaughtered, their blood spilling onto the sacred altars as offerings to please the divine. The people, with bated breath, watched as the omens were interpreted. The flight of birds, the entrails of sacrificed beasts, even the faintest tremble of the earth was scrutinized for signs. One wrong move could result in divine wrath, and the very existence of Rome hung in the balance. Anxiety crept through the streets as rumors of displeasure among the gods spread like wildfire. A drought struck, shriveling the crops and leaving the farmers desperate. Citizens whispered in hushed tones, speculating what sins had angered the gods. Was it the greed of the Senate? The hubris of the leaders? The people, clutching their rosaries, turned to the temples, seeking atonement and guidance, their voices rising in unison, a plea for mercy that echoed off the marble walls. At the heart of this religious fervor stood the Vestal Virgins, women chosen from childhood to serve the goddess Vesta, keeper of the sacred flame. They were both revered and feared. Their purity was paramount, symbolizing Rome's safety and stability. If the flame flickered and died, the city would be plunged into chaos. These women bore the weight of Rome's fate on their shoulders, their lives devoted to a single purpose. The stakes were unfathomably high. If they faltered, the consequences would ripple through the entire empire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the forum, the tension in the air thickened. A comet streaked across the sky, igniting both hope and fear. Was it a sign of impending glory or a warning of doom? People looked up in awe, their breaths hitching in their throats. The diviners were called forth, their predictions heavy with the gravity of fate. The fear of the unknown gripped the populace, forcing them to cling to their faith even tighter. Each citizen became a living testament to the power of belief. Yet, amidst the fervor, a quiet rebellion simmered. The rise of new cults and beliefs began to stir unease among the traditionalists. Followers of the Eastern deities, lured by new promises and mysticism, began to infiltrate the very heart of Roman religion. These new sects sparked fear among the established priesthood. They whispered that the old gods were losing their power, and the old ways were being challenged. This shifting tide sowed seeds of discord, and the air crackled with tension as power players in the Senate debated the fate of their faith. The tension boiled over one fateful day as the people gathered in the Circus Maximus, the air electric with anticipation. Gladiators stood poised for battle, their swords glinting under the sun, but the crowd's focus lay elsewhere. A grand procession dedicated to the gods was underway, a spectacle of devotion meant to appease the divine and reclaim favor. The trumpets blared, and the priests led the charge, carrying sacred relics, their faces solemn yet determined. But then, in a moment suspended in time, a loud crash echoed through the arena as a statue of a forgotten god toppled, the sound reverberating through the gathered masses like the tolling of a death knell. Gasps erupted, and panic set in. The crowd surged, every heart pounding in unison, fear clawing at their throats. Was this a sign? Had their devotion faltered? The chaos ignited a riot, and as the rulers looked on, the fragile thread connecting faith and authority frayed dangerously. The emperor watched from his elevated throne, a cold sweat trickling down his spine. Behind the scenes, shadows danced, plotting their next move. Would he reaffirm his divine status, or would he risk losing it all? The stakes were higher than ever, and as the flames of rebellion flickered in the distance, the intertwining of power and faith propelled Rome toward an uncertain future. In that moment, history hung in the balance, suspended between the old gods and the new, a delicate dance of power, authority, and devotion, where the heart of a vast empire beat with the pulse of its people and their unending quest for divine favor. The echoes of prayers and sacrifices formed a backdrop to this ancient drama, a struggle for control that transcended mere mortals, reaching into the very heavens themselves. And as the dust settled, the true battle was just beginning. The sky darkened as thunder rumbled, crackling through the air like the roar of an ancient beast. Lightning flashed, illuminating a landscape steeped in myth and mystery. Below, a group of worshippers knelt, eyes lifted to the heavens, trembling in the presence of beings far greater than themselves. These were not ordinary deities. They were the pantheon of gods, powerful forces woven into the very fabric of existence. It was they who shaped destinies, governed nature, and inspired both awe and fear in every heart. At the center of this divine tapestry was Zeus, the king of the gods. His thunderbolts could shatter mountains, and his voice could silence the winds. Clad in clouds, he looked down from Olympus, a figure of strength and authority. People whispered his name with reverence, knowing he held their fates in his hands. He was the protector of kings and the punisher of wrongdoers, instilling a sense of justice that echoed through the ages. Beside him, Hera, the goddess of marriage, stood with a grace that could only be matched by the storm in her heart. Her beauty was formidable, yet her jealousy was no less so. Those who dared to cross her would soon find themselves at the mercy of her wrath. She was the guardian of family and the embodiment of loyalty, but her tale was laced with betrayal, a reminder of the complexities of love and power. Then there was Poseidon, the god of the sea, his temperament as unpredictable as the waves he commanded. Sailors raised their voices in prayer before embarking on treacherous journeys, hoping for his favor. The ocean, both a friend and foe, mirrored his moods. A gentle breeze could turn into an unforgiving storm, and those who disrespected the waters learned quickly that angering Poseidon could lead to dire consequences. The salt of the sea tasted of both freedom and fear, reminding all of his dominion. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, emerged from her father's brow, fully formed and armed. Her presence signified the importance of intellect in a world ruled by strength. She blessed warriors with strategy, not just brute force, guiding them to victory through cunning thought. But she was also the protector of cities, a nurturing spirit in a chaotic realm. The Parthenon stood as a testament to her influence, a grand structure that housed the hopes and dreams of an entire civilization. Yet, behind her wisdom lay the heart of a warrior, ever ready to defend those she loved. And then there was Hades, the ruler of the underworld, a figure cloaked in shadows. He commanded the dead, his realm a place of stillness and sorrow. Yet he was often misunderstood. He did not seek to torment, but to maintain balance. The souls he guided were not merely lost. They were transformed, a reminder that death was a part of life's cycle. His domain whispered secrets of the past, echoing with the weight of memories long forgotten. The stories of these gods were intertwined with humanity. Each tale spun from the threads of love, jealousy, revenge, and ambition. They were reflections of the human spirit, magnificent yet flawed. Temples were erected in their honor, adorned with exquisite sculptures that captured their essence. Offerings of fruit, wine, and prayers filled the air with hope, an attempt to curry favor with these mighty beings. The pantheon was not just a collection of gods. They were a mirror held to society, revealing its deepest desires and darkest fears. The festivals honoring them were grand spectacles, Cities came alive with music, dance, and vibrant colors. People donned masks, transforming into the very figures they worshipped, embodying the divine for a fleeting moment. It was a time when the lines between mortal and immortal blurred, and for a night, everyone could feel the touch of the gods. Laughter mingled with cries of devotion, creating a symphony of human emotion that resonated through the ages. But amid the joy, shadows loomed. War raged, fueled by the very emotions that the gods themselves inspired. The clash of swords echoed the tumult within the hearts of men, ignited by pride and ambition. Ares, the god of war, reveled in the chaos, his laughter mingling with the sounds of battle. He thrived on the suffering and glory that came with conflict, embodying the darker aspects of the human spirit. For every hero, there was a villain. For every act of valor, a moment of cowardice. The pantheon watched, their expressions a blend of amusement and concern, for they understood the duality of existence. Yet, in the midst of strife, love blossomed. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, inspired passion in the hearts of mortals. Her very presence ignited flames of desire, bringing couples together in a dance as old as time. Yet her love was not without its trials, often creating chaos among the gods themselves. Her enchanting allure could lead to heartbreak, a reminder that even the most divine were not immune to human frailty. Within this intricate web of gods, each held a purpose, an essential role in the grand narrative of existence. They mattered not just as figures of worship, but as embodiments of the human experience. Every story told, every prayer uttered, was a testament to their relevance. The ancient Greeks understood this connection deeply, crafting myths that transcended time, stories that shaped the world they lived in and the one they aspired to. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the land, the stories of the pantheon lingered in the air, alive in whispers and fervent discussions. The worshippers returned to their homes, their hearts still racing with the thrill of the divine. The gods had not simply existed in the past. They endured in the present, their influence woven into the very fabric of life. In quiet moments, beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky, people felt their presence. An unexplainable energy surrounded them, a pulse that connected the mortal realm to the divine. The pantheon of gods was not a distant memory. They were alive, breathing through the stories shared and the lives lived. Their significance loomed, casting a long shadow over humanity, a reminder of the struggles, victories, and the eternal search for meaning that defined existence. As the echoes of their stories filled the night, the stage was set for the next chapter, where the mortal and immortal would collide in a dance of fate and fury, shaping the world in ways unimaginable. The gods had spoken. Their influence would not wane, for the myth continued to unfold, and the heart of humanity beat in rhythm with the divine. On the windswept plains of ancient Mesopotamia, beneath skies thick with the whispers of gods, a figure clad in elaborate robes stood before a gathering of citizens. This was not just any man. He was a priest-king, a living embodiment of the divine, drawing power not only from the rituals he performed but also from the people who believed in him. As he raised his arms, the sun caught the golden threads of his attire, shimmering like the very blessings he was meant to convey. The crowd fell silent, their hearts pounding with a mix of hope and fear as they awaited his proclamation. In this moment, the air thickened with the understanding that religion and politics were inseparable, two sides of the same coin that shaped the fate of nations. In Egypt, the pharaoh was not merely a ruler but a deity in human form. The Nile, revered as sacred, flowed through the land like the lifeblood of the gods, and every grain of wheat harvested was seen as a gift from Osiris, the god of the afterlife. The temples were not only places of worship but also centers of power where the scribes recorded the pharaoh's decrees alongside the sacred texts. Every battle won, every tax collected, was framed as a testament to divine approval, binding the people's fates to the supernatural. When the pharaoh spoke, it was as if the gods themselves were echoing through his voice, causing the people to rally with fiery loyalty, fueled by a belief that their very existence hinged on the favor of the divine. In the vast lands of India, The intricate dance of mythology and governance played out under the watchful eyes of deities, celebrated through epics like the Mahabharata and Ramayana. Kings were often depicted as avatars of gods, entrusted with the sacred duty of upholding dharma, the cosmic law of righteousness. The tales of gods battling demons didn't just serve as entertainment. They were blueprints for leadership. Each king's triumph over adversity mirrored the eternal struggle between good and evil, instilling a sense of purpose among his subjects. The people were reminded that their king was not just a ruler. He was a guardian of the universe itself, and they, in their devotion, were part of a grand narrative that transcended time. Over in the shadows of ancient Rome, the tension between myth and state erupted in a tumultuous symphony of belief and governance. The Senate, a bastion of power, was rife with whispers of omens and divine will. Roman generals, returning from their conquests, would parade through the streets, their triumphs embellished with references to the gods. Julius Caesar, a master of this art, claimed descent from Venus, intertwining his rule with the divine narrative of the city. Citizens would gather under the Colosseum, their cheers echoing off the stone walls as they believed their victories were sanctioned by Jupiter himself. The theater of politics was steeped in myth, where every act of governance was as much about power as it was about the divine narrative that gave it weight. As Christianity rose, the stakes grew higher. Emperors like Constantine wielded the power of faith as deftly as a sword. The Edict of Milan in 313 CE opened the doors for Christianity to flourish, intertwining it irrevocably with the fabric of the Roman Empire. The cross became a symbol not just of faith but of imperial might. The line blurred as bishops held sway over political decisions, their influence weaving through the corridors of power. A new mythology emerged, one that declared salvation was intertwined with loyalty to the emperor, casting a long shadow that would stretch across centuries. In the bustling marketplaces of medieval Europe, the air crackled with tension as monarchs and clergymen clashed over authority. The divine right of kings became a rallying cry, a belief that monarchs were chosen by God to rule the people. The power of the church loomed large, with popes holding the fate of kings in their hands. Innocent III, one of the most powerful popes, declared himself the vicar of Christ on earth, wielding his influence like a sword. The tension between the sacred and the secular caused kingdoms to tremble, as rulers sought the church's blessing to legitimize their reigns, while the church sought worldly power to expand its reach. Meanwhile, in the sprawling empires of the East, the Ming dynasty believed in the mandate of heaven, a concept that linked the ruler's legitimacy to the heavens. Natural disasters, famine, or uprisings were interpreted as signs of divine disfavor, prompting the emperor to make offerings and perform rituals to appease the gods. Here, mythology served as both a weapon and a shield, guiding the rulers in their quest for legitimacy while keeping the populace in check through belief in a higher order, one that they felt was ever-present. As the industrial age dawned, the relationship between mythology and state began to evolve, yet the echoes of ancient beliefs remained loud. Nationalism emerged, cloaked in the vestiges of old myths. Nations forged their identities from tales of heroes and gods, with leaders portraying themselves as the modern-day champions of these age-old narratives. Flags waved high, their colors steeped in the legacy of myths that bound people together, igniting passions that could lead to war or peace, loyalty or rebellion. The scent of incense and the sound of chanting filled the air in the temples, while in the halls of power, decisions were made that would shape destinies. Governments continued to draw upon mythological narratives, weaving them into the fabric of modern political discourse. Leaders would invoke the spirits of past heroes, promising prosperity and safety while invoking the wrath of the gods upon their enemies. The ancient dance between belief and governance never truly faded. It merely evolved, taking on new forms, adapting to the times yet rooted in the age-old understanding that the divine and the political are eternally intertwined. In these moments, the heart races and the spirit stirs, for the stories of gods and kings are far from over. They linger, just beneath the surface, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, where the lines between myth and state blur once again, and where belief can ignite a fire in the souls of the faithful, forever altering the course of history. Beneath the blazing sun, A ship sliced through the waves, cutting a path to distant shores. The sails billowed proudly, emblazoned with the crest of a mighty empire. On board, a crew of men, fueled by dreams of glory and wealth, stared out at the horizon. They whispered tales of ancient heroes and divine favor, stories that transformed the vast ocean into a mirror reflecting their own ambitions. The ocean was alive with possibility, but it was also steeped in the blood of those who had come before. As the ship approached the shoreline of an unknown land, the air thickened with anticipation and dread. This was the moment when myth met reality, a conjunction that often spelled doom for those who lived in the shadow of imperial desire. The men believed they were the chosen ones, sent to spread civilization to the savage lands, their very existence justified by the tales spun from the threads of ancient legend. These myths spoke of a destiny intertwined with the gods, a purpose that elevated them above the people they sought to conquer. In the annals of history, these stories were the lifeblood of expansion. They crafted a narrative so alluring that it drowned out the cries of the oppressed, the innocent lives caught in the maw of insatiable ambition. The invaders, with their hearts beatings in time with the legends of old, considered themselves warriors of light, bringing enlightenment to darkness, even as they wielded swords and cannons that spoke a language of death. The Romans, for instance, believed they were the descendants of Aeneas, fated to rule the earth. The myths of their Trojan lineage fueled their conquests, each victory a step towards fulfilling a prophesied greatness. With every territory claimed, they built temples and statues, erecting monuments not just to their victories but to the very myths that justified their actions. The stories of gods and heroes were not mere fiction. They were the backbone of a civilization that sought to cloak its bloodshed in the garments of virtue. Across the seas, the Spanish, intoxicated by tales of El Dorado, fanned the flames of greed and ambition. They believed they were on a divine mission, sent to convert the heathens and claim untold riches for their crown. The quest for gold became a sacred duty, guided by the belief that the spoils of conquest would not only enrich them, but also serve the will of God. As they marched into the New World, they were armed with both weapons and the fervor of their myths, each tale a rallying cry that justified the pillaging of vibrant cultures. In the lush jungles of South America, the indigenous peoples watched in horror as the Spaniards descended upon them, clad in steel and arrogance. The arrival of these foreign invaders felt like the fulfillment of their own prophecies, but they had not woven the tales. The golden cities, the wealth, and the promises of salvation all led to only one outcome: destruction. The myths of the conquerors were a razor-thin veil, thin as gossamer, hiding the brutal truth that lay beneath. With each passing day, the stories grew, morphing as they passed from lip to ear, fueling the flames of imperial ambition. The British, too, leaned heavily on the myths of divine right and manifest destiny. They spoke of a noble purpose in spreading their culture and governance, believing that their empire was a benevolent force in a chaotic world. Yet behind the facade of enlightenment lay the harsh realities of subjugation and exploitation. The colonization of India, the Caribbean, and Africa was masked by the belief that they were bringing civilization to backward societies, even as they dismantled the very fabric of those cultures. The myths became weapons of persuasion, employed to soothe the conscience of those who committed atrocities in the name of progress. The narratives emphasized the superiority of the imperialists, painting their actions in hues of righteousness. It was a twisted form of justice, a belief that the bloodshed was a necessary sacrifice on the altar of civilization. They sang the praises of their accomplishments while the cries of the vanquished echoed in the darkness, unheard and unheeded. As the years turned into decades, the imperialists forged ahead, fueled not just by ambition but by the relentless momentum of their myths. The lands they ravaged bore the scars of conquest, but the conquerors remained steadfast in their belief that they were destined to rule. The stories of glory and adventure rang in their ears, drowning out any hint of guilt. The past was rewritten to fit their narrative, each victory a chapter in a grand tale of heroism. In the midst of this turmoil, the voices of the oppressed began to stir. The myths that had once justified the expansion now faced challenges. The stories of the conquerors were countered by the unwritten histories of those who suffered. The oppressed, too, had their own tales of resistance, resilience, and the fierce desire to reclaim their narrative. The clash of these stories created a storm, a tension that rippled through the very fabric of society. It was a battle not just for land, but for identity, for the right to exist beyond the narrow confines of imperial myth. The blood-soaked ground bore witness to the struggles between the oppressors and the oppressed. The winds of change began to blow, carrying with them whispers of revolution, of independence, of a world where myths could no longer be wielded like swords. Yet, the echoes of the past lingered, reminding all that the stories we tell shape our reality. As the tides of time rolled forward, the conflict between myth and truth continued to twist and turn, leaving in its wake a complex tapestry of history, threaded with both hope and despair. The narrative was far from over. It was a living thing, pulsing with the stories of those who dared to dream of a different world, one where myths no longer justified the expansion of empires, but instead celebrated the rich diversity of humanity. In the flickering shadows of a grand Roman temple, incense wafted through the air, carrying with it the whispers of the faithful. They gathered in hushed reverence, the glow of the torches illuminating their eager faces as they awaited the arrival of their divine leader. The emperor was not just a man. He was a god among mortals, a living embodiment of power and promise. As the crowd shifted in anticipation, a palpable energy filled the atmosphere, electrifying the air with a mix of awe and devotion. This was the cult of the emperor, a phenomenon that transformed mere rulers into deities, where loyalty was not just expected but demanded through the sacred act of deification. The streets of Rome pulsed with the heartbeat of this cult, where temples dedicated to emperors rose like mountains, their marble facades glistening under the sun, reflecting the grandeur of the empire. Golden statues towered above, their eyes seemingly watching the very souls of the citizens who passed beneath them. In this world, the name of a ruler could instill both fear and fervor, seducing citizens into a blind loyalty that overshadowed their reason. Augustus was the first to embrace this divine status fully. After a series of brutal civil wars, he emerged as the sole ruler, anointed by both fate and bloodshed. The people, weary from chaos, clung to his promise of stability. Augustus cleverly positioned himself as the princeps, the first citizen, while subtly weaving threads of divinity into his very identity. His image adorned coins, his likeness immortalized in marble, and soon, the temples dedicated to him became pilgrimage sites where the faithful would come to seek his blessing, believing that their futures were intertwined with his divine favor. Through chants and rituals, the people sought communion with their emperor. Priests, dressed in flowing robes, would lead ceremonies that blurred the lines between the earthly and the divine. On certain days, the skies above Rome bore witness to sacrifices made in honor of the emperor, each offering fanning the flames of loyalty that burned within the hearts of the citizens. The blood spilled upon the altars was not just a gift but a binding contract, a promise that they would stand united under the banner of their god-king. As centuries passed, the emperors grew bolder in their claims. Caligula, with his eccentricity and madness, declared himself a living god, demanding that the people worship him as more than a leader. He filled the palaces with opulence and excess, forging a connection between the divine and the mundane, where dreams of power danced dangerously close to delusion. The people, caught between the allure of his charisma and the stark reality of his tyranny, found themselves entrapped. The statues of Caligula, adorned with golden laurel wreaths, became not just symbols of authority but icons of fear, a constant reminder of the whims of a man who believed himself untouchable. Yet, it was Nero who took the cult of the emperor to dizzying heights. His reign was marked by extravagance and artistic ambition, but it was the great fire of Rome that ignited a different kind of devotion. As flames consumed the city, Nero stood amidst the chaos, declaring that he would rebuild the city in his image. He established a new golden age where he cast himself as the savior of the people. Temples dedicated to him sprang up from the ashes, offering a place for the citizens to worship him as a deity reborn from disaster. But the fervor of divine worship can turn quickly into a whirlwind of dissent. As the cries of distress filled the streets, not all were enchanted by the resplendence of their emperor. The tension crackled like static in the air. Shadows of conspirators gathered, plotting beneath the gaze of their supposed god. The same temples that once echoed with praise began to resonate with whispers of rebellion. As the empire swayed on the precipice of chaos, the rulers found themselves needing to reaffirm their divine stature. The cult of the emperor was not merely a celebration. It was a lifeline that tethered the leaders to their people, a desperate grasp to maintain control amidst the fears of usurpers and unrest. Each new emperor tried to outdo the last, crafting elaborate narratives that painted them as more than human. But as gods sent to guide their people through turmoil, the emperors commissioned grand spectacles, public games drenched in blood and glory, where the populace would gather, eyes wide, hearts racing, drowning in the collective thrill of watching their emperor reign supreme over life and death. In these moments, the boundaries between admiration and adoration blurred, as applause morphed into worship. The question of loyalty transformed into a holy obligation, as refusal to partake was tantamount to sacrilege. But into this swirling vortex of devotion and dread strode the shadow of Christianity, a flicker of hope for many who felt suffocated under the weight of deification. As followers of Christ began to rise, their whispers of a different kind of kingdom clashed with the established order of the divine emperor. The tension between the old ways and new beliefs ignited a fierce struggle for the hearts and minds of the people. This clash was not merely ideological. It manifested in the streets, in the temples, and in the hearts of believers trying to reconcile their faith in a God with skin and bone with the promise of a savior who walked among them. The cult of the emperor began to fracture, as the citizens found themselves wrestling with their own beliefs, caught in the throes of a shifting paradigm that threatened to upend everything they had known. As emperors fell, one after another, their once untouchable status eroded like sand slipping through fingers. The echoes of their deified past haunted the ruins of temples now overrun with new ideologies. Each fallen ruler reminded the people that power, no matter how divine, could vanish in an instant, leaving only the ashes of what once was. A stark reminder that even gods could fall. In this critical moment, as walls of ancient temples crumbled and new faiths arose, the citizens sensed something deeper than loyalty. They felt the pulse of change surging in the very air they breathed. The promise of a new dawn lingered just beyond the horizon, igniting a whirlwind of emotion and tension that would shape the future of their empire. As ancient statues stood sentinel in the fading light, the cult of the emperor revealed itself as not just a means of control but a fragile facade, a shimmering veil that could be lifted, exposing the raw, beating heart of humanity beneath. The sun blazed fiercely over the bustling streets of ancient Rome, where the air buzzed with excitement and anticipation. A palpable energy electrified the crowd. A sea of humanity swelled with a mix of hope, fear, and exhilaration. It was the day of the Consualia, a festival that celebrated the god Consus, protector of grains and harvests, but it was also so much more. In the shadows of the towering temples and magnificent forums, the true purpose of this grand spectacle lay waiting, hidden beneath the layers of joyful revelry. As the sun reached its zenith, the people gathered in the Circus Maximus, their hearts beating in unison with the drums of celebration. The smell of roasted meats and sweet pastries wafted through the air, mingling with the scent of flowers adorning the statues of revered leaders. Children laughed, their faces painted in vibrant colors, while men and women donned their finest tunics, all eager to witness the games that would unfold. But behind the laughter lay a stark reality. The festival was a well-orchestrated performance, a masterclass in political propaganda. The emperors, crafty in their governance, understood the intoxicating power of these festivals. They knew that with every cheer for the gladiators, every sigh of awe as chariots thundered past, their grip on power tightened. It was a symbiotic relationship, a dance where the people's joy masked the iron fist of authority. The emperors funded the games lavishly, ensuring that the crowds were not only entertained but also reminded of their rulers' benevolence. Each festival was a reminder of the empire's might and the leaders' generosity, cleverly woven into the fabric of leisure. As the races began, the roar of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, a cacophony of voices that merged into a single, deafening sound. Chariots raced, wheels spinning, dust flying. The speed was breathtaking. The drivers were not just contestants. They were symbols of the Empire's strength, each one representing a faction aligned with the Emperor. Victory in these races was not merely a personal triumph. It was a public display of loyalty and power. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices lifting like smoke into the azure sky, each cheer a subtle nod to the Emperor watching from his majestic perch. But the cheers for victory were often mere whispers beneath the shadow of the more sinister spectacles that followed. The arena erupted with the clash of swords, gladiators pitted against one another in a blood-soaked testament to the Empire's brutal edge. It was here, in the arena, that the festival transformed from a celebration into a chilling reminder of the power dynamic. The emperors understood the grip of fear as well as they understood the thrill of victory. Each fallen gladiator was a symbol of defiance snuffed out, a potent reminder to the masses of what lay in store for those who dared to oppose the will of the empire. Amidst the chaos, the emperor watched, his face a mask of calm. He wore a laurel crown, symbolizing not just victory but divine approval. The crowd's eyes turned to him, their voices mingling with the dust of the arena, and in that moment, he was not merely a ruler. He was a god among men. The festivals were designed to elevate him, to make the people believe in his divine right to rule. The games spun tales of glory, tales that wrapped around the hearts of the citizens, binding them in a web of loyalty and awe. As the day wore on, the festivals evolved, each moment crafted to stir emotion and loyalty. The grand parades showcased the might of Rome, with soldiers marching in formation, displaying the empire's strength. The people watched in rapt attention, their hearts swelling with pride. The emperors understood that these festivals were more than mere celebrations. They were tools of persuasion, a way to instill national pride and a sense of unity under a single banner. It was a delicate balance of fear and adoration, and the emperors played it to perfection. Yet, amidst the grandeur, whispers of dissent often lingered in the corners of the forum. The very festivals that unified the masses also sparked the fires of rebellion. Those who observed the lavish displays while struggling in the shadows of poverty and oppression felt a growing frustration. The chariots that raced across the track were a stark contrast to the lives they led, a painful reminder of the inequality that festered beneath the surface. Even as the people cheered, they could not ignore the gnawing hunger in their bellies. As night fell and the stars blinked into existence, the festivals took on a new life, illuminated by flickering torches and the glow of bonfires. The atmosphere shifted. Laughter faded, giving way to a different kind of tension. The nighttime festivities often included theatrical performances, reenacting the valor of Rome's heroes and the sagas of mythical gods. Yet the stories told in the flickering light were often tinged with a darker undertone, hinting at the sacrifices made for power and glory. The audience was rapt, caught in the spell of the narratives. But beneath the surface, seeds of doubt began to sprout. Even as joy wrapped around them like a warm cloak, the people sensed the weight of the emperor's gaze, the silent reminder that he held their fates in his hands. The laughter echoed, but the shadows danced, whispering secrets of resistance. The festivals were a double-edged sword, a source of joy that could easily turn to despair. Those who dared to challenge the status quo found themselves at the mercy of the very games meant to distract and entertain. The tension crackled in the air, a reminder that the splendor of Rome was built on sacrifice, both of men in the arena and of dreams in the hearts of the people. The festival's final moments approached, a crescendo of emotion that resonated deep within the souls of the spectators. Fireworks erupted, painting the night sky in bursts of color, a dazzling display that captivated the eyes. The crowd looked up, their spirits lifted, forgetting, if only for a moment, the struggles they faced. But as the final explosion lit up the darkness, a collective sigh of awe punctuated the air, leaving behind a lingering question. Was this celebration real, or merely a veil hiding the truth of their existence? In that poignant moment, as hearts raced and spirits soared, the festival's true power was revealed, not just in the spectacle of it all, but but in the delicate balance of joy and despair, loyalty and rebellion. The empire's grand narrative continued to unfold, each festival meticulously crafted to remind the people of their place within a world that could be both breathtakingly beautiful and terrifyingly oppressive. And as the echoes of the celebration faded into the night, leaving behind a fragile silence, the people were left with an unsettling awareness, a reminder that tomorrow would bring new challenges and new battles to fight, both in the arena and in their hearts. A soft, haunting melody echoed through the marble halls of an ancient Roman temple, where flickering torchlight danced shadows across the stone. The air was thick with incense, and the scent of sacrifice lingered, mingling with the whispers of reverent worshippers. In this sacred space, where gods were not just myths but living entities, the lines between the divine and mortal blurred, creating a tapestry of belief woven from the threads of Greek mythology. Here, in this moment, was the heartbeat of a civilization that thrived on stories of gods and heroes, tales that transcended time and culture. In every corner of the bustling Roman marketplace, one could hear the chatter of merchants and the laughter of children, but beneath it all was an undercurrent of something profound, an ancient belief system heavily influenced by the myths of Greece. The Romans didn't merely adopt these tales, they breathed new life into them. Their pantheon brimmed with deities that mirrored the Greek gods, but their interpretations carried a unique Roman flavor, a mix of practicality and grandeur. Jupiter, king of the gods, was an echo of Zeus, yet in Rome, he was more than just the god of the sky. He was the protector of the state, the embodiment of authority, and a figure who commanded both fear and loyalty. The Romans honored him not just for the thunderbolts he wielded, but for the stability he brought to their empire. When he spoke, it was not just a voice of thunder, but a decree that bound the people together under a single banner. In the homes of Roman families, small altars adorned with statues of their deities became focal points of devotion. Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, was a revered figure, representing the warmth of home and family. Her presence was felt in every flickering flame that danced upon the hearth, a constant reminder of the security and love that filled the walls of their abode. Yet, in the quiet moments of reflection, as families gathered around their modest altars, they could not forget the Greek goddess Hestia, from whom Vesta drew her lineage. The Romans infused her character with their own values, intertwining their domestic life with the threads of Greek mythology. Every festival, every ritual, was a vibrant dance that echoed the ancient tales of gods who loved, fought, and betrayed. Saturnalia, the festival of Saturn, was a celebration that transformed society, where slaves became masters for a day. It was a time of revelry, but its roots stretched deep into the myths of Cronus, the Greek titan who devoured his children in fear of being overthrown. Roman citizens saw in this story a reflection of their own fears and hopes, transforming terror into celebration, creating a cycle of renewal that bound them closer together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the Colosseum, warriors prepared for combat. They were not just fighting. They were embodying the very essence of Mars, the god of war. This fierce deity was a product of both Greek and Roman beliefs, a symbol of valor and strength, yet also a reminder of the chaos that war could unleash. The Romans revered him for his power, but also feared the wrath he could bring. The chants of soldiers echoed the tales of ancient battles fought by heroes like Achilles and Hector, their fates intertwined with the ambitions of gods who played games with the lives of mortals. In the dark corners of this grand civilization lurked darker figures. 2. Pluto, the god of the underworld, was another reflection of Greek mythology, where Hades ruled over the dead. The Romans understood the fragility of life, and in their portrayal of Pluto, they found a figure who not only claimed the souls of the deceased, but also ensured that the cycle of life continued. His presence was a reminder that death was not an end but a passage to another realm, a belief that seeped into their funerary practices, where the dead were honored with rituals that echoed the tales of their beloved heroes. As powerful as these gods were, they were not untouchable. The Romans believed their gods could be swayed by the fervent prayers of the people. They saw their gods as relatable, feeling joys and sorrows as mortals did. The myth of Cupid, the mischievous god of love, was embraced with laughter and longing. His arrows could pierce the hearts of the mightiest warriors, bringing them to their knees. Love, in all its glory and pain, was celebrated, weaving a bond among the people that mirrored the very stories they cherished. With each passing generation, the influence of Greek mythology only deepened, intertwining with Roman beliefs like vines climbing a sturdy trellis. The stories of gods and heroes provided moral lessons, reflections of human nature that guided the Romans in their everyday lives. The tales of Odysseus' cleverness and Persephone's descent into the underworld spoke to their struggles, reminding them that even the mightiest could falter and that hope could rise from despair. Amidst this rich tapestry of belief, there was a tension, a yearning for connection. The Romans looked to their gods not just for guidance but for companionship in their trials and tribulations. They wanted to feel that their lives, with all their messiness and beauty, mattered to the divine. With each prayer offered, every offering laid before the altars, they sought not merely favor but a relationship, a conversation with the unseen forces that shaped their world. In the dim light of dusk, the temple stood as a fortress of faith, where the spirits of the ancient Greek gods mingled with the Roman ideals of duty and honor. The tales of old whispered through the stone, echoing the struggles and triumphs of humanity, making it impossible to distinguish where Greek myth ended and Roman belief began. This blend of cultures, of stories, created a powerful force that would resonate through the ages, ensuring that the influence of Greek mythology would forever shape the very foundation of Roman identity. And so, the rhythm of life continued, as people sought solace in the familiar stories, their hearts and minds forever entwined with the myths that had come before them. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, the connection between the divine and mortal, the sacred and the everyday, became even more palpable, a dance of shadows and light, forever woven into the fabric of their existence. As the world beyond their temples awaited the next chapter to unfold, a chapter still steeped in the echoes of the gods and the whispers of ancient spirits. In the beginning, darkness reigned supreme, an endless void where chaos danced in wild abandon. Stars flickered into existence, their light piercing the blackness like whispers of hope. From this chaos emerged a profound need for order, a desire embedded in the fabric of creation itself. It was a time when gods roamed the earth, molding the chaos into a tapestry of life, breathing purpose into the breathless. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Enuma Elish told of Marduk, a god of unmatched strength and cunning. The primordial waters churned beneath him, threatening to swallow everything in their depths. Chaos was not merely an absence of order. It was a living entity, wild and unpredictable. Marduk faced Tiamat, the goddess of the salt sea, fierce and relentless. Their battle was a clash of titans, the very essence of creation hanging in the balance. With every blow, the sky split open, and the earth trembled, caught in the throes of their struggle. As Marduk struck Tiamat down, the heavens erupted in a symphony of creation. He split her body in two, crafting the sky from her majestic form and the earth from her remains. With each piece, he carved out the world, a delicate balance, a fragile order rising from the chaos. The gods cheered, their voices echoing through the cosmos, as Marduk emerged victorious, the architect of a new beginning. In the far reaches of the world, in the snowy peaks of the Himalayas, the Hindu myth of the cosmic ocean unfolded. Vishnu, on his serpent, floated upon the vast waters, a silent guardian of the chaos beneath. The night was thick, and shadows whispered secrets of creation. As the story goes, Vishnu fell into a deep slumber, and from his navel bloomed a lotus, the very embodiment of life. Within that blossom rested Brahma, the creator. With a heartbeat that resounded through the cosmos, Brahma awoke, his eyes opening to a world waiting to be forged. From the lotus, he shaped the stars, the mountains, and the rivers, each creation a stroke of genius against the canvas of the void. But chaos lurked, always just beyond the edges of his creations, threatening to reclaim what he had built. Yet, with each breath, Brahma poured life into the world, crafting creatures that roamed and thrived, instilling them with the spark of divinity. In the cold, northern lands, the Norse stories spun a different tale. The frost giants ruled in a world of ice and shadows, where chaos was a constant, howling wind. But from this turmoil arose Ymir, a giant whose blood birthed rivers and whose flesh became the earth. As the gods descended upon this chaos, Odin and his brothers struck Ymir down, using his remains to create Midgard, the world of humans. They breathed life into the soil and planted the seeds of creation, forging a sanctuary amid the icy chaos that threatened to engulf them. But even in this newfound order, darkness lingered. The whispers of the giants echoed in the mountains, a reminder that chaos was never far behind. The gods stood vigilant, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that balance was a fragile thing, easily shattered. Each sunrise was a victory, yet the shadows crept closer with every setting sun. On the banks of the Nile, the ancient Egyptians wove a tapestry of their own. Adam rose from the primordial waters, a solitary figure in the vast expanse. With a profound sense of purpose, he called forth the air, breathing life into the universe. His children, Shu and Tefnut, embodied the elements, bringing order to the chaotic waters. Each layer of creation was a testament to Adam's will, a reflection of the balance between chaos and harmony. Yet, lurking in the depths of the waters, the serpent Apep waited, a harbinger of chaos that sought to unmake creation itself. Every night, he slithered into the realm of Ra, the sun god, attempting to snuff out the light. The battle raged on, a dance of light against shadow, a constant reminder that the struggle for order was an eternal one. In the heart of Africa, stories echoed through time, speaking of the great trickster Anansi, who spun tales that bent reality itself. The world was a chaotic tapestry, and Anansi understood that in every story lay a thread of truth. He spun webs of wisdom, weaving together the hearts and minds of the people. His cunning transformed chaos into laughter, reminding all that within the disorder, joy could be found. Each culture, each story, harmonized with the others, pulsing with a primal rhythm, the heartbeat of creation. The myths lived and breathed, taking root in the minds of those who listened. They were powerful forces, shaping identities and weaving together the fabric of societies. In every tale, chaos loomed, but so did the promise of order. Every battle won against the darkness became a beacon of hope for those wandering in uncertainty. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that stretched like fingers through the trees, the stories continued. Echoes of creation whispered among the stars. Each myth, a thread of connection, tying the past to the present, reminding all that in the chaos of existence, there lies a purpose waiting to be unveiled. The night was alive with the stories of the ancients, a reminder that the quest for order was not just a tale of gods and giants, but a reflection of humanity's own journey through the chaos of life. And as the moon rose high, illuminating the darkness, a new story began to take form, a continuation of the endless struggle between order and chaos, a timeless dance that would echo through the ages. The boundaries of myth and reality blurred, intertwining like the roots of ancient trees, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient cobblestone streets of Rome. The air was thick with the scent of spices and the distant sounds of merchants calling out their wares. It was in this bustling city, alive with both glory and struggle, that tales were spun. Tales of gods and heroes, myths that wrapped themselves around the very fabric of Roman society. Each story held a lesson, a whisper of wisdom that echoed through the ages, reminding the people of their values and duties. In the grand amphitheaters, where crowds gathered to witness the clash of gladiators, the air buzzed with anticipation and fear. Yet, beneath the surface excitement lay a deeper, darker truth. These brutal contests were not mere entertainment. They served as reminders of the virtues of courage, loyalty, and sacrifice. The tales of heroes like Horatius, who stood alone against an invading army to defend his homeland, stirred the hearts of the Roman citizens. They believed that the spirit of Horatius lived within them, urging them to defend their families and their city with unwavering bravery, lest they be seen as cowards. As the sun dipped lower, stories of the gods unfurled like the vibrant banners flying over the forum. Jupiter, the king of the gods, was a symbol of justice and authority, representing the moral order that Romans strived to uphold. The fable of Prometheus, who dared to steal fire from the gods to give to mankind, served as a cautionary tale about the consequences of defiance against divine authority. The fire he brought ignited not just warmth but also a hunger for knowledge that could lead to both enlightenment and destruction. This duality echoed through the streets, where the citizens whispered about the importance of obedience and respect for the established order, lest they face catastrophic consequences. In the shadows of the temples, the story of the tragic hero, Dido, played out, a queen whose heart was torn asunder by love and betrayal. Her tale was a poignant reminder of the dangers of passion unchecked by reason. Her tragic end served as a warning to the youth of Rome, imploring them to exercise self-control and to prioritize duty over desire. The emotional weight of her sacrifice resonated deeply, stirring whispers among the young lovers who frequented the gardens, reminding them that love must be tempered with responsibility. And then, there was the haunting story of Narcissus, who fell in love with his own reflection, captivated by his beauty, only to find himself lost in endless longing. This myth echoed ominously through the ages, warning against the perils of vanity and self-obsession. The Romans revered the idea of community, emphasizing the importance of humility and the dangers of isolation. Narcissus became a symbol of what could happen when one turned inwards, neglecting the bonds that connected them to others. The echoes of his fate lingered in the hearts of the nobility and the common folk alike, a reminder to remain grounded in a world where appearances could be deceiving. In stark contrast stood the tale of the industrious ant and the carefree grasshopper, a story that traversed generational lines. The ant, diligent and prepared, represented the value of hard work and planning for the future, while the grasshopper embodied the risk of procrastination and frivolity. The people of Rome told this story to their children, instilling a sense of responsibility and foresight. As they toiled in fields and workshops, the lessons of the ant and grasshopper became a beacon guiding them through both prosperity and adversity. The streets echoed with the laughter and cries of children playing as they chased their dreams, unaware of the weight of their ancestors' tales. Yet, in the background, the looming specter of fate was always present. The story of the Fates, those three sisters who wove the threads of destiny, was a chilling reminder that while personal agency was critical, the caprices of the cosmos often held the final say. Romans learned to balance their ambitions with humility, recognizing that their lives were but a stitch in the grand tapestry of existence. As twilight descended, the tension of the day melded with the calm of night, and the stories of old pulsed through the very stones of Rome. The myths served not only as entertainment but as a form of social control, reminders of the virtues that bound society together. The citizens felt the weight of these tales, understanding that their actions were reflections of the values enshrined in their culture. Honor, duty, and respect for the gods were the pillars that supported the grand edifice of Roman life. In the flickering light of oil lamps, groups gathered to share their stories, each one a vital thread in the community's fabric. Among them, the tale of Cincinnatus emerged, a farmer summoned to save his country from disaster. He accepted the role of dictator with reluctance, knowing it was his duty, and returned to his farm once the crisis passed. This story inspired countless Romans, instilling a sense of civic duty and selflessness. They marveled at his unwavering commitment to the Republic, understanding that true leaders placed their country above personal gain. Meanwhile, the legend of Aeneas captivated the minds of many, depicting the ideal of piety and perseverance in the face of adversity. His journey from the ashes of Troy to the shores of Italy symbolized hope and the trials that forged a nation. The Romans cherished this myth, for it articulated their identity, a narrative of resilience that united them through shared struggle and triumph. As the stars twinkled in the vast night sky, the stories continued to weave through the minds of the listeners, binding their souls with invisible threads. Each lesson, filled with emotion and tension, formed an unbreakable bond among the citizens. They understood, perhaps without fully articulating it, that their lives were interlaced with the stories of gods and heroes, myths that not only entertained but shaped their values, their actions, and the very essence of their society. In the quiet corners of Rome, the tales echoed on, leaving behind a legacy rich with moral lessons and emotional depth. The myths served as a reminder of their responsibilities and the ideals worth fighting for, whispering into the ears of the young and old alike. In this timeless dance of stories, the Romans found not just connection and comfort, but a potent tool for social control, an invisible thread that tied them together across generations. As they clung to these lessons, the city pulsed with life, anticipation, and a sense of purpose that would resonate into the dawn of a new era. In the flickering light of a Roman hearth, the air is thick with the scent of herbs and roasted meats, and children gather around, their eyes wide with anticipation. The elders begin to speak, weaving tales that dance like shadows across the walls. Here, amid laughter and gasps, the ancient myths breathe life into the very fabric of society, stitching beliefs and behaviors that dictate the lives of men and women. As the stories unfold, the audience leans closer, hearts racing, knowing that these legends shape not just their dreams but their destinies. At the center of this world lies Mars, the fierce god of war, his spirit embodying strength and valor. His name sends shivers of pride through the hearts of Roman men, who are taught to emulate his courage. The tales of Mars and his ferocity create a template for masculinity in Roman society, where honor is forged in the fires of battle and ambition. Boys grow into men believing that they must conquer, lead, and protect, fueled by the glorious narratives of their ancestors. Each story becomes an iron sword, shaping them into warriors who will defend their families and their city. Yet, there is another figure lurking in the shadows of these tales, Venus, the goddess of love. Her beauty is mesmerizing, but her power is profound. Women hear her stories, filled with seduction and grace, and they learn that their worth is often tied to their ability to allure and nurture. The myths teach them that a woman's strength lies in her beauty, her charm, and her ability to weave connections. They are raised to believe that their role is primarily as wives and mothers, cultivating the hearth while the men venture into the world beyond their doors. As the flames crackle, the stories twist and turn, revealing the perilous balance between these oppositional forces. The myth of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers and the founders of Rome, encapsulates this tension beautifully. Romulus, driven by ambition, kills his brother to establish his reign. This tale sends a chilling message that power often comes at a terrible price, and that rivalry among men is both expected and celebrated. The audience shudders, caught between admiration for Romulus's strength and sorrow for Remus's demise. Young boys are taught that to ascend to greatness, sacrifice is essential, a lesson steeped in the blood of betrayal. Women, however, find themselves constrained by the same narratives that glorify male ambition. The story of Lucretia, a noblewoman whose tragic fate sparks a revolution, paints a haunting portrait of honor and shame. When she is brutally assaulted, her response is not vengeance but despair. She chooses death over dishonor, and in that moment, she becomes a martyr, a symbol of purity. The men rally around her legacy, but women feel the weight of the myth differently. It whispers to them that their honor is fragile, that their lives can be shattered in an instant, and that their worth is inextricably tied to their virtue. The tension thickens as myths continue to weave their influence. The tales of the Amazons, fierce warrior women who defy traditional gender norms, flutter like ghostly echoes in the background. They are both intimidating and alluring, representing a freedom that Roman women could only dream of. These stories thrill the imagination, igniting a flicker of rebellion in the hearts of some. Yet, the reality remains stark. The majority of women are confined, their ambitions stifled by the weight of tradition. The thrill of these powerful figures is overshadowed by the chains of societal expectations, and the haunting question lingers: what could have been? As dusk falls and the stories reach their climax, the tension between the narratives becomes almost unbearable. The myth of Ceres and Proserpina offers a poignant reflection on loss and the cyclical nature of life, mirroring the struggles of women in a patriarchal society. When Proserpina is taken to the underworld, her mother, Ceres, mourns deeply, embodying the heartache of separation. The seasons change, representing the endless cycle of grief and joy. Yet the lesson is clear. Women are often left to bear the emotional burdens, forever tied to the cycles of life and loss. The hearth's flames flicker with an urgency that matches the stories being told. Even the stones seem to pulse with energy as tales of love, betrayal, and strength entwine to create a tapestry of existence. The audience is entranced, caught in a web of emotions that range from pride to despair, exhilaration to sorrow. Each story brings a deeper understanding of the roles imposed upon them, but it also ignites a yearning for something more. In the darkened corners of the room, whispers begin to swirl, hinting at the unspoken desires of women who long for autonomy and validation beyond the traditional scripts. They dream of becoming more than just muses or caretakers, yearning for a place in the annals of history. The air crackles with the possibility of change, yet the grip of myth binds them tighter, leaving them to wrestle with their identities amid the constraints imposed by these ancient tales. As the last embers of the fire flicker and the stories draw to a close, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The myths have shaped them, molded their beliefs, and built the very walls of their world. Yet within every tale lies the seed of rebellion, the flicker of hope that perhaps, one day, they can redefine their roles. The tales may have set the stage, but the future is still unwritten, filled with the potential for new narratives that could challenge the status quo. And so, there in that dimly lit room, the echoes of myth reverberate, binding them to the past while whispering of a future yet to come. The heartbeats of men and women intertwine, a complex rhythm of loyalty and longing, fear and courage, as they prepare to step into a world that remains uncertain yet ripe with possibilities. The stories will not end here. They are merely the beginning of a narrative that is waiting to unfold. In the flickering torchlight of ancient Rome, the air thrummed with the pulse of myth. A grand temple loomed, its towering columns whispering tales of gods and heroes, their stories carved into marble as eternal as the stars. Each sculpture, each fresco pulsed with life, inviting the passers-by to step into a world where the line between the mortal and the divine was but a shimmering veil. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the forum, the figures of Jupiter and Juno came alive in the intricate friezes that adorned the walls of the temples. This was no ordinary decoration. It was a visual symphony, a powerful reminder of the divine forces that governed the fates of men. Jupiter, king of the gods, grasped his thunderbolt, while Juno, regal with her peacock, emanated strength and grace. Their presence promised protection, blessing the very ground upon which senators walked, igniting a sense of reverence that filled the air with electricity. Peering closer, one could almost hear the whispers of the ancients. Each figure held a narrative of triumph and tragedy, love and wrath. The myths were not just stories. They were the lifeblood coursing through the veins of Roman identity. The myths of Hercules, echoing his impossible labors, inspired a sense of resilience, a reminder that even the mightiest can falter and rise again. To see his figure wrestling the Nemean lion was to feel the weight of struggle, to grasp the very essence of human tenacity. In the bustling streets, vendors called out, children laughed, and yet, eyes were drawn to the majestic mosaics underfoot. These vivid depictions of Pegasus soaring through the skies or the tragic beauty of Orpheus enchanted all who walked upon them. Each tiny tessera created a narrative that unfolded beneath one's feet, stories of conquest and love interwoven with daily life. The colors shimmered like the surface of a lake, beckoning onlookers to become part of the myth, if only for a fleeting moment. The Colosseum stood not just as an arena of blood and glory, but as a canvas of myth. In the shadows of its arches, gladiators fought fiercely, yet the very walls whispered tales of Mars, the god of war, and his ruthless battles. They bore witness to the struggles of humanity against fate, transforming every clash into a celestial event. As crowds roared, the spirit of the gods descended, making each fight a tribute to valor, courage, and sacrifice. As night cloaked the city, the great pantheon shimmered under the moon, its domed ceiling a celestial vault. The oculus, a portal to the heavens, allowed the divine light to spill down like a gentle blessing onto the worshippers below. Here, The god of the sun, Apollo, danced among the stars, illuminating the souls of those who prayed for guidance. The architecture itself seemed to breathe, reflecting the harmony of the universe, a physical manifestation of mankind's aspirations toward the divine. But not every myth was one of glory. In the shadowy corridors of the Basilica of Maxentius, the haunting figure of Medusa loomed, her gaze forever frozen in stone. The legend of her wrath, a tale of beauty turned monstrous, served as a powerful reminder of the consequences of hubris. It was a chilling echo of the fragility of existence, a warning etched in marble that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to look upon her. In the bustling marketplace, the vibrant murals depicted the tale of the Trojan War, a saga of love and loss that transcended time and space. The image of Aeneas fleeing the burning city of Troy tugged at the heartstrings, urging every viewer to reflect on the sacrifices made for love, for family, and for home. The artist's brush captured the essence of longing and despair, making the viewer feel as if they were caught in the flames themselves, witnessing the tragic choices that shaped destinies. Across the city, the intricate carvings of the Arapaces celebrated the peace brought by Augustus, embodying both his reverence for the divine and his ambition for Rome. Here, the goddess Roma stood tall, her presence a declaration of power and prosperity. The images of the gods and goddesses intertwined with the faces of the everyday people, merging myth with reality, making them feel part of something greater than themselves. It was a celebration of heritage, a declaration that the gods were not distant, but intertwined with the lives of Romans. As the moon ascended, casting eerie shadows on the ancient stone, the Colossus of Nero loomed, an intimidating testament to the emperor's ambition. This giant, once a beacon of hope, had become a myth in itself, a reminder of the glory and the folly of man. The stories surrounding it spread like wildfire, tales of its fall reflecting the rise and demise of civilizations themselves. Each whisper of its name sent shivers through the streets, a haunting reminder of the capricious nature of fate. In those moments, it became clear that Roman art and architecture were not mere decorations or structures. They were the tapestry of a culture woven with threads of mythology. Each stone told a story, each image ignited the imagination, transporting individuals beyond the confines of their lives. The gods and heroes of old wrapped their narratives around the very fabric of Roman existence, inviting all to partake in their timeless drama. And as the night deepened, the flickering torches illuminated the faces of those who wandered the ancient paths, hearts beating in rhythm with the stories of old. They were not just spectators. They were participants in a grand narrative, woven into the very essence of the city they loved. The echoes of myth lingered in the air, softly reminding them that their own tales were but threads in a much larger tapestry, waiting to be told. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets of ancient Rome. Its rays flickered, illuminating the faces of citizens caught between fear and faith. In the center of the bustling forum, an air of tension thickened, palpable as a storm brewing on the horizon. Whispers of omens fluttered like leaves in the wind, each one weaving a tapestry of dread and anticipation, suggesting that the gods were not silent, after all. In the grand marble temples, priests wrapped in rich purple garments awaited their summons. Their fingers traced the ancient symbols etched into stone, each line a promise of power, each curve a reminder of their sacred duty. As they prepared for the rituals, the atmosphere was charged with an intoxicating blend of reverence and dread. To interpret the signs from the heavens was no small task. It was a responsibility that could reshape destinies and alter the course of empires. On this fateful day, the augurs gathered, their eyes scanning the skies for the telltale signs. A sudden flight of birds, a flash of lightning, each phenomenon held the weight of prophecy. And to the ambitious, the interpretation was not merely a glimpse into the future, but a weapon of immense power. The whispers of omens could swing the favor of the masses, a mere nod to the gods capable of igniting revolutions or quelling dissent. As the priests began their incantations, a group of senators cloaked in deep crimson loomed nearby. Their murmurs were conspiratorial, punctuated by the sharpness of their ambitions. To them, The omens were not mere signs but tools for manipulation, carefully crafted narratives to sway the people. They understood that in a world where divine favor was everything, the interpretation of omens could elevate a ruler or bring them crashing down. "Today, we announce our plans," one senator declared, his voice low and steady, but the flicker of his eyes revealed a tempest of thoughts. "Should the omens favor us, we will speak to the people. Should they reject us, we will find a way to spin it." The others nodded, their expressions hardening like iron. The will of the gods could be bent to their desire. It was only a matter of how they wielded that power. In a city where faith intertwined with politics, their fate rested not on stone but on the nebulous threads of belief. In the midst of this tension, a young priestess named Livia stood apart from the gathering, her heart racing with uncertainty. She had been trained since childhood to read the signs, to interpret the whispers of the gods. Yet, the weight of her responsibility felt like a boulder on her chest. Was she to be a pawn in the grand chess game of politics? Or could she stand for something greater? The thunder rumbled ominously as she watched the gathering of senators. The sky darkened above them, and a flock of crows suddenly erupted into the air, their caws piercing the heavy silence. Instinctively, Livia raised her hands, her voice rising above the din as she began to chant an ancient prayer. The words flowed from her lips, a melody of hope that hung in the air, mingling with the scent of impending rain. But the senators, driven by ambition and greed, dismissed her attempts. "Let the omens speak for us," one hissed, his anger barely masked. "We are not here to play games with a girl in prayer." Yet Livia felt the power of the moment, the tension between faith and power thickening like the storm clouds overhead. She stood firm, feeling the pulse of the city around her. The people, anxious and hopeful, wandered beneath the heavy sky, unaware that their fates hung on the fragile strings of those gathered in the forum. As the priests continued to chant, the wind howled, twisting the fabric of their robes. They turned their attention to the heavens, seeking clarity. Was it a sign of favor or a warning of impending doom? Ancient traditions demanded certainty, yet the sky seemed to taunt them with ambiguity. "Wait!" Livia called out, her voice steady, cutting through the rising chaos. "Do not be blinded by your ambition. The gods speak in riddles. Listen closely." The senators turned, their eyes narrowing with skepticism. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the temple, illuminating the faces of the crowd in stark relief. Gasps echoed through the air as the priests faltered, their ceremony disrupted by the raw power of nature itself. The omens had spoken, but what message did they carry? Confusion unraveled the threads of certainty as Livia's heart raced. "Look," she urged, pointing at the sky. "The gods are angry. We must heed their warning, not twist their words for our gain." But the senators, driven by their hunger for power, exchanged glances that spoke of unwavering resolve. They would turn this omen into a weapon, cloaking their ambition in the guise of divine favor. The air crackled with tension as Livia faced them, determination igniting her spirit. She refused to let the truth be buried beneath layers of deceit. The people deserved honesty, not manipulation. But as she stood alone against the tide of ambition, doubt crept into her heart. Would they listen, or was she destined to be a voice swallowed by the storm? The day wore on, the sun disappearing behind the thick clouds, leaving only shadows in its wake. The senators gathered their resolve, whispering fervently, determined to seize the moment. The winds whispered of chaos, yet they spun tales of glory and conquest, painting a picture that suited their designs. Livia, desperate to break through their intentions, felt the weight of history bearing down upon her. Sacred texts spoke of rulers toppled by hubris, of cities crumbling under the weight of false prophecies. She could not let her silence contribute to that inevitable fall. And so, with the storm raging above her, she steeled herself for what was to come. The interpretation of omens was about to collide with the ambition of men, and the outcome would shape the course of history. As thunder roared, it was clear that the stage was set, and the world watched with bated breath, waiting for the next act in this divine melodrama. In the flickering shadows of a grand amphitheater, a restless crowd murmurs with anticipation, their breath hanging heavy in the air like the heat of an impending storm. The sun sets low, casting a golden hue over the marble columns as the very essence of Rome pulses through the streets. It is here, amidst the throngs of citizens, that legends are born, figures whose gallant deeds become the threads woven into the very fabric of Roman identity. Take a moment to picture the mighty Aeneas, his heroic journey chronicled in the heart of Virgil's epic. The son of a goddess, he embodies perseverance and duty, facing trials that would make lesser men quail. As he escapes the burning ruins of Troy, clutching his father's hand and his son's, he becomes more than just a man. He is a protective father, a fierce warrior, a figure destined to lay the foundations of what would become the great city of Rome. His story stirs something deep within the Roman soul, a yearning for honor, a thirst for glory that transcends the ages. And then there is Romulus, the founder of Rome, whose tale is steeped in blood and betrayal. Raised by a she-wolf, he stands as a symbol of strength and survival. The tale of his fratricide, the killing of his brother Remus, sends shivers down the spine. Such acts echo in the hearts of the people, reminding them of the sacrifices that must be made for greatness. Romulus is not merely a figure of the past. He is a mirror reflecting the values Romans cherish: fierce loyalty, unyielding ambition, and an unrelenting quest for power. The legends do not merely entertain. They instill a sense of purpose and pride. In the Forum, where voices rise and fall like waves, citizens recount the exploits of their heroes: Caesar, Pompey, and Cato. Julius Caesar, with his brilliant mind and commanding presence, transforms the political landscape. He wields power like a sword, but with each conquest, he draws closer to his tragic fate. The Ides of March loom ominously, painting every tale of his greatness with the brush of impending doom. It is a haunting reminder that even the mightiest can fall, yet his legacy, steeped in both admiration and fear, still pulses through the streets of Rome. These stories, passed down through generations, serve as a bedrock for Roman identity. They ignite a fire in every citizen's heart, connecting them to something larger than themselves. The ethos of the Roman people is shaped by these myths, forging an unbreakable bond between past and present. Each hero's sacrifice speaks to the collective memory, reminding the Romans of their shared struggles and triumphs. In the flickering light of oil lamps, the poetry of Ovid and the prose of Livy breathe life into these tales of yore. Young children listen in rapt attention, wide-eyed with wonder, as their elders recount the trials of Hercules, the demigod who battled monsters and completed impossible tasks. The 12 labors he undertook become more than mere stories. They symbolize the very challenges of life. Each child yearns to be like Hercules, to face difficulties head-on, and emerge victorious. In the midst of all this, the figure of Scipio Africanus stands tall, a general whose military genius leads Rome to victory in the Second Punic War. As he faces off against Hannibal, the man who dared to cross the Alps with elephants, the tension is palpable. The cries of soldiers on the battlefield echo through time, each clash of swords a reminder of the stakes at hand. Scipio's triumph does not merely mark a victory. It solidifies the belief that Rome is invincible, destined to conquer all who stand in its way. Yet, within this tapestry of heroism, there lies a darker thread, the tales of those who rebelled against the might of Rome. Spartacus, the gladiator who dared to challenge the empire, embodies the struggle for freedom. His uprising sends tremors through the heart of Rome, forcing the powerful to reckon with the very foundation of their rule. The pain of enslavement echoes in the hearts of the people, reminding them that the cost of glory can be steep. In every whispered tale of rebellion, there's a reminder that heroes can wear many faces, and sometimes the bravest are those who fight against tyranny. As night falls, the Colosseum stands silent, yet the air buzzes with the weight of history. Each stone imbued with the stories of those who fought for honor, for country, for something greater than themselves. The clashing of swords and the roar of the crowd fade into the background, replaced by a profound understanding that the myths of heroism are not simply relics of the past. They are alive, breathing within every citizen. Across the city, in homes and taverns, the talk of heroes continues. The tales of love and loss intertwine with glory and ambition, painting a complex picture of what it means to be Roman. These stories become the fabric that binds them, a shared identity forged in the fires of adversity. Each person, with their own struggles, finds a piece of themselves in these legendary figures. They are reminded that within their hearts lies the potential for greatness, just waiting to be awakened. With the dawn of a new day, the legends persist, echoing through the streets, alive in the hearts of every Roman. They are not just stories. They are a call to action, a reminder that the spirit of heroism is woven into their very existence. The air crackles with the promise of more to come, as new legends begin to emerge, waiting to be told in the amphitheaters and the homes of this ever-evolving empire. The cycle continues, and with it, the undying spirit of Rome marches onward, bold and unyielding. A heavy silence hung over the valley, broken only by the distant murmur of a river flowing beneath the ancient stones of a crumbling temple. The air shimmered with anticipation, a palpable tension that felt as if the very land held its breath, waiting for the moment that would bind the sacred and the earthly together once more. In this sacred space, priests and priestesses gathered, their faces illuminated by flickering torches, each flame a beacon of the gods they served. Their robes flowed like cascading water, colors vibrant against the muted hues of the stone, symbols of authority and power enveloping them like a second skin. As the sun dipped behind the hills, casting long shadows that danced across the ground, the crowd began to swell. People came from every corner of the region, eyes wide with hope and fear, their hearts beating to the rhythm of ancient chants echoing from the temple. Each voice lifted in reverence was a thread woven into the tapestry of faith that sustained their community, a connection to something far greater than themselves. They came to witness the rituals that would maintain their crop yields, heal their loved ones, and protect them from unseen forces lurking in the shadows. In the center of this sacred gathering stood Alara, a high priestess whose presence commanded attention. Her voice rang out like a bell, pure and resonant, carrying the weight of centuries of tradition. She held a staff adorned with feathers and stones, each piece telling a story, each story a link to the divine. The people watched in awe as she began the rituals, the air around her thickening with the energy of their collective hopes. Just as the final notes of her chant faded, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. The moment hung in the air like a fragile bubble ready to burst. It was then that the authority of the priestess was unmistakably revealed. The community's faith rested not just in the gods they worshipped, but in the beings who mediated between the divine and the mortal. Priests and priestesses were not mere leaders. They were the living embodiment of their God's will. Across the valley, the fire in the temple flickered violently as if responding to an unseen force. The air crackled, and the crowd gasped, their hearts racing. What would happen next would either solidify their faith or shatter it into 1,000 pieces. This was the weight of religious authority, a precarious balance held by the priests and priestesses who stood as the pillars of their society. In ancient Egypt, the high priests of Ammonius commanded immense power, their words shaping the very fabric of life along the Nile. They orchestrated grand ceremonies that celebrated the flooding of the river, a phenomenon believed to be a direct blessing from the gods. These rituals were not just for show. They were matters of life and death. The people believed that to anger the gods meant famine and despair, and so the priests dedicated their lives to maintaining that delicate relationship, ensuring that the divine favor would bestow bountiful harvests and prosperity. Meanwhile, in the temples of the Maya, priestesses wielded an authority that could rival any king. Their knowledge of the stars and the cycles of the moon made them indispensable. When the priestess called forth a rainstorm to end a drought, she was not merely performing an act. She was invoking the very essence of life itself. The people depended on these rituals, and in return, the priestesses held the keys to their survival. The weight of their responsibility was overwhelming. Their success or failure would echo through generations. As the rituals continued, the intensity built, the flames leaping higher, fueled by the fervor of the gathered souls who looked to their priests and priestesses for guidance. Every gesture, every chant, was a thread woven into the intricate web of authority that sustained their beliefs. Yet, even among the sacred, discord could lurk in the shadows. In Rome, the Vestal Virgins held a unique place of honor. Their purity was seen as crucial to the security of the city. The fire they tended was not just a symbol. It was the heartbeat of Rome itself. To let it go out was to invite disaster. Yet, the weight of such responsibility often led to betrayal and intrigue, as power struggles emerged concerning who truly had authority over the religious practices that shaped their world. The tension grew, palpable and electric, as rivals plotted in darkness, their ambitions clashing with the sacred duties that bound them. Back in the valley, Elara raised her arms, the community hanging on her every move. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of their hopes washing over her, a tide of faith that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. But deep within, a seed of doubt began to stir. What if her efforts fell short? What if the gods turned their backs? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, yet she masked it with a confident smile. The people needed her strength, and so she drew upon every ounce of the authority granted to her by her ancestors. The drums began to beat, a primal rhythm that resonated with the very core of existence. Each thump echoed the heartbeats of the gathered souls, uniting them in a shared purpose. The priestess led them in a dance that transcended mere movement. It was a spiritual offering, a release of their collective energy into the cosmos. Their feet pounded the earth, shaking loose the fears that threatened to bind them, each step a declaration of faith and resilience. As the night deepened, the stars shone brighter, illuminating the faces of the faithful who looked up in reverence. Elara knew that she stood at a crossroads. The authority she wielded was both a privilege and a burden. It was grounded in the trust of the people, a bond that could be severed with a single misstep. The weight of their dreams rested on her shoulders as she plunged deeper into the ritual, determined to maintain the fragile balance between the sacred and the mundane. In that moment, the air thickened with possibility. The past whispered secrets of those who had come before her, and the future shimmered with uncertainty. In the flickering shadows of ancient tombs, where the air hangs heavy with whispers of the past, the world of the dead beckons. It is a place where time stands still, where every heartbeat resonates with the echoes of souls long departed. Beneath the surface of the earth, myths intertwine like creeping vines, wrapping around the fragile threads of life, death, and the destinies we forge. The underworld is not just a final resting place. It is a powerful domain that shapes the very essence of existence. In the myths of the Greeks, Hades reigns supreme, cloaked in the darkness of the underworld, his presence both fearsome and inevitable. He waits with a silent authority, knowing that every soul must pass through his gate. The river Styx flows like a restless serpent, separating the living from the dead, and Charon, the grim ferryman, stands ready to guide the lost. For a mere coin, placed carefully upon the lips of the deceased, souls can navigate this eternal waterway, but there's always a price to pay. Those who cannot afford the passage are doomed to wander, forever haunted by the choices they made in life. In other cultures, the underworld wears different masks. The Egyptians spoke of Duat, a shadowy world filled with peril and wonder. Here, the heart of the deceased would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at, goddess of truth and justice. A heavy heart would sink like an anchor, condemned to eternal torment, while a light heart would ascend to the fields of Aru, a paradise of endless harvest. The notion of judgment rings throughout history, a chilling reminder that our actions carve our fates, echoing through time like the toll of a distant bell. Yet belief in the underworld isn't confined to the ancients. Across continents, spirits are said to linger in twilight realms, where the living must pay homage to the dead. The Day of the Dead in Mexico bursts with color and life, a sacred celebration that honors those who have crossed over. Families gather, creating altars adorned with marigold petals and the favorite foods of their departed loved ones. Laughter mingles with tears, as they believe the spirits return to share in the joy. The boundary between life and death blurs into an emotional tapestry, woven from love and remembrance. In Norse mythology, the journey to the underworld takes a different turn. Hel, The goddess presiding over the realm of the same name rules with an icy grip. A half-living, half-dead figure, she symbolizes the inevitability of death, a stark reminder that fate is not always kind. The brave warriors who fall in battle find their place in Valhalla, feasting with the gods, while others, the ones who lived quietly, are drawn into the shadowy embrace of Hell's domain. It is a chilling truth that not all paths lead to glory, and destinies may vary widely, depending on the choices one makes. Ancient Romans, too, spun tales of the afterlife that held their citizens captive with fear and fascination. The concept of the underworld, or the infernal regions, was steeped in rituals and offerings. The dead needed guidance and sustenance, and the living felt an obligation to ensure the spirits were appeased. A wrong offering could spell disaster for the family left behind, a haunting reminder that the past is never truly buried. Throughout history, countless cultures have grappled with the mysteries of life and death, weaving intricate tapestries of myth that reveal our deepest fears and desires. The struggle for control over one's destiny has fueled legends of immortality, with heroes and heroines seeking elixirs and artifacts said to grant eternal life. Yet, these quests often lead to tragedy, as the pursuit of power stands at odds with the natural order of existence. In the end, the underworld offers no shortcuts, no escape from the truth we all must face. As legends evolve, so too do the stories of those who traverse the thin line between life and death. The heroes, the tricksters, and the mourners all play their parts in a grand narrative that transcends time. Each tale unfolds with a flourish, bringing to light the emotions that connect us all: fear, love, loss, and the relentless quest for understanding. In the dim light of twilight, the myths of the underworld whisper their secrets into the ears of the living. The veil between worlds thins, and the memories of those who have gone before flicker like candle flames in the dark. The weight of their choices, their triumphs, and their failures lingers in the air, a testament to the lives they led and the legacies they left behind. The stories of the underworld resonate not only with those who believe in its existence, but also with those searching for meaning in their own lives. The battle between good and evil, the choices that define us, and the echoes of the past all converge in a powerful dance that leaves hearts racing. The underworld is a mirror reflecting our deepest fears and aspirations, a place where every soul must confront its own destiny. Even as the sun sets and shadows lengthen, the journey continues. The threads of fate are interwoven, connecting the living and the dead in an eternal embrace. The myths of the underworld remind us that we are not alone in our struggles. The stories of our ancestors carry us forward, urging us to seek understanding and compassion even in the face of the unknown. The haunting truth is that every story, every life, is part of a greater narrative, endlessly unfolding, each ending a new beginning in a cycle that binds us all. The night was heavy with anticipation as a lone figure stood at the edge of a storm-tossed sea. Waves crashed against the rocky cliffs, sending salty spray into the air like scattered memories of a distant past. Aeneas, the Trojan hero, gazed into the darkness, his heart heavy with the weight of destiny. He wasn't just a man. He was the embodiment of hope, the bearer of a legacy that would shape a nation. Within him lay the dreams of a people, the cries of the fallen, and the promise of a new beginning. As the winds howled, they whispered tales of the Trojan War, of a city razed and a people scattered. Aeneas had seen the destruction, felt the sharp dagger of loss. His mother, Venus, had gifted him with divine purpose, yet it was the haunting memories of his comrades that pushed him forward. Each step he took felt like a tribute to those who had perished, a silent vow to rebuild what had been lost. But who was Aeneas, really? To many, he was just a man fleeing the ashes of his homeland. Yet, as he journeyed across the Mediterranean, he transformed into a symbol of resilience and rebirth. With every challenge he faced, from stormy seas to treacherous foes, he carved out the identity of a people who would one day call themselves Romans. His trials were not merely personal. They echoed the struggles of those who would come after him, forming the very foundation upon which a great empire would rise. His path led him to Carthage, where the fierce Queen Dido ruled with a heart as fiery as her kingdom. Their encounter was nothing short of electric. Drawn together by fate, they shared laughter, dreams, and fleeting moments of joy. Yet, beneath the surface, the tension simmered. Aeneas was torn between love and duty. He had a destiny to fulfill, a promise to honor, and the weight of an entire nation on his shoulders. Dido, with her fierce passion, represented the life he could have, one filled with love and warmth. But duty, relentless and unforgiving, called him back. In that fateful moment when he chose to leave, the anguish was palpable. Dido's heart shattered like glass, and Aeneas, too, felt a piece of himself break away. The tears they shared spoke of deeper truths, of the sacrifices made in the name of destiny, and of the love that could never be reclaimed. It was a love story wrapped in tragedy, a poignant reminder of the personal costs of ambition. As Aeneas continued his journey across the hostile landscapes of Italy, he faced monsters and giants, but none were as fearsome as the struggle within himself. Each battle he fought became a testament to the ideals of courage and honor that would later define the Roman identity. His encounters with the likes of Turnus, a fierce warrior, became not just physical conflicts but ideological ones, battling for the soul of a nascent nation. Victory was never assured, and each clash brought with it the fear of failure, the terror of not living up to the legacy he was meant to forge. The gods watched from above, their eyes filled with a mix of disdain and fascination. Jupiter, with his thunderous authority, had decreed that Aeneas would lead his people to greatness. But the path was fraught with obstacles, and the gods, with their whims, often intervened in ways that left Aeneas questioning the very nature of fate. Was he merely a pawn in a divine game, or was he truly the architect of his own destiny? As he approached the shores where his fate awaited, visions of war and peace, love and loss danced before him. He could almost hear the whispers of his ancestors, urging him onward. Rome was not just a city. It was an idea, a dream that held the promise of unity and strength. Aeneas embodied that dream, his every step a part of a larger narrative that would resonate through ages. The sacrifices he made and the challenges he faced were bricks in the foundation of a future that would stretch across continents. With each passing moment, the weight of his journey bore down on him. He was not simply a man. He was the spirit of a nation yearning to be born. The trials he endured were the very essence of what it meant to be Roman. Stoic in the face of adversity, loyal to the cause, and unwavering in the pursuit of a brighter tomorrow. As he finally set foot on Italian soil, a surge of emotion swept over him. This land, rich with promise, pulsed with the heartbeat of history. Here, he would lay the groundwork for a civilization that would leave an indelible mark on the world. The sacrifices of his past, the love he lost, and the battles won were all part of this pivotal moment. Aeneas stood tall, his heart racing, ready to embrace whatever the fates had in store. And yet, as he gazed out at the horizon, a sense of foreboding loomed. The journey was far from over. The myths of Aeneas would continue to shape the identity of a nation that had yet to rise. With every step he took into the future, he felt the echoes of his past guiding him. What would be the cost of greatness? What sacrifices lay ahead? Just as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the land, Aeneas knew that the true test of his identity was still to come. He was not just a hero of the past. He was a beacon for the future, a living legend whose story would intertwine with the fate of Rome itself. And as the waves roared in the distance, it became clear that the heartbeat of his journey was not solely his own. It was the story of a nation waiting to be told, a legacy waiting to be forged in the fires of struggle, love, and unyielding hope. Under the flickering glow of campfires, shadows danced upon the faces of weary soldiers. Their bodies bore the weight of armor and fatigue, but their spirits flickered, yearning for a spark of hope. It was here, amidst the scent of sweat and the crackle of firewood, that a voice rose above the murmurs of discontent, an ancient tale woven with threads of valor and myth. The commander, a figure cloaked in a mantle of honor, stood tall and firm. He knew the power of stories, They could forge unbreakable bonds among men who faced the abyss. As he began, the soldiers leaned in, their eyes shining with longing and anticipation. The legend of their ancestors flowed from his lips, a tapestry of bravery that had been passed down through generations. He spoke of heroes who had stood against insurmountable odds, of gods who walked among men, lending their strength to those who dared to fight for their land. Once, he recounted, a king had rallied his army with nothing but a tale. The skies had darkened, and the earth trembled as enemies approached. Yet the king, undeterred, reminded his men of the great dragon that had once guarded their homeland. "We are the descendants of those who faced the beast," he proclaimed, his voice rising like a battle cry. "We are the fire that will drive back the shadows." The soldiers, hearts pounding in unison, found solace in the story. They could feel the dragon's spirit coursing through their veins, igniting a flame that had flickered low. Throughout history, armies have harnessed the strength of myth to forge unity among scattered souls. Take, for example, the Roman legions whose banners carried the likeness of gods. Each soldier wore the insignia of Mars, the god of war, believing that divine favor would guide their swords. With every march, every clash of metal, they invoked the stories of their gods, feeling the weight of history on their shoulders. The tales of Aeneas, who faced trials to reach his destiny, inspired legions to push forward, driven by a belief that their own legacy could echo through time. In another corner of the world, the Mongol warriors, fierce and untamed, gathered beneath the vast steppes. Genghis Khan understood the essence of myth in his rise to power. He spun tales of the eternal blue sky, portraying it as a sacred entity watching over them. The soldiers were told they were the chosen of the heavens, destined to carve their names into the fabric of history. As they thundered across empires, they did not merely see themselves as conquerors. They were agents of fate, fulfilling a prophecy that bound them together like threads in a mighty tapestry. Even in more recent conflicts, the echoes of myth lingered. During the American Civil War, soldiers from the North and South were woven into narratives that defined their cause. For the Union, tales of liberty and justice ignited passion, while Confederate soldiers clung to their heritage, stories of honor and a way of life. In the heat of battle, each side fought not just for survival, but for the embodiment of their mythic ideals. The battlefields became stages where these stories played out, and soldiers transformed into actors, each believing they were part of something greater than themselves. Across history, the power of myth has not been limited to grand armies. In small skirmishes, a simple story could turn the tide. A small band of revolutionaries in the mountains of Peru would gather around a fire, sharing the legend of the Incan sun god, Inti. They spoke of the sun's warmth as a symbol of strength and resilience. As they prepared to face the might of a larger force, they felt the warmth of the sun on their skin, a reminder that they were fighting for their ancestors, their land, and their future. Their spirits soared, galvanized by the belief that they were the rightful heirs to a legacy of resistance. As night deepened, the commander's voice grew softer, drawing the soldiers into a reflective silence. He reminded them that myths were not merely stories. They were the lifeblood of humanity, breathing courage into the hearts of those who dared to dream. He urged them to look around, to see not just comrades but brothers and sisters, bound by the same hopes and fears, united under the banner of shared tales. The flicker of the fire cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces, each member of the company feeling a pulse of connection to one another and to the legends they invoked. The air buzzed with a palpable energy, a blend of anticipation and resolve. They were no longer just soldiers preparing for battle. They were part of a living story, a narrative that echoed through the ages. The commander's words hung thick in the air, and with each heartbeat, they felt the call of destiny drawing closer. The campfires flickered with the promise of bravery, the kind that could carve their names into the annals of history. Just then, a distant rumble of thunder sounded, as if the heavens themselves were responding to their fervor. The soldiers exchanged glances, eyes bright with determination. The tales of old had stirred something deep within them, a primal urge to fight for their beliefs and for each other. They could feel the weight of history on their shoulders, the spirits of their ancestors urging them forward into the unknown. In that moment, they were not just a collection of individuals but a single entity, pulsing with strength and resolve. As the commander's voice faded into the night, they stood together, united by the myths that had shaped not just their identities, but also their futures. The battle awaited, a canvas on which they would paint their legacy, armed with the stories of those who had come before them, and the hope that their own tales would one day inspire the next generation. And as the first light of dawn broke the horizon, the soldiers moved forward, ready to embrace the challenge that lay ahead, each step a testament to the power of myth. The chill of the autumn air wrapped around the world like an old, familiar blanket, whispering secrets of the past. The leaves fell in hues of orange and crimson, swirling through the streets like fleeting memories. In villages and cities alike, the air buzzed with anticipation, for the time had come to remember those who had walked this earth and had now stepped into the shadows of eternity. Festivals of the dead were not merely events. They were the heartbeat of cultures, a dance between the living and the dead, echoing the age-old truth. Death, while terrifying, can also be a time of connection and celebration. As twilight descended, lanterns flickered to life, illuminating the paths that led to graves and altars. Families gathered, not in the somber silence of grief, but in lively chatter and laughter, sharing stories that painted vibrant pictures of those who had passed. In Mexico, the streets transformed into a tapestry of color for Dia de los Muertos, where sugar skulls adorned with bright icing smiled back at the living. The joyful marigold petals, known as simpasicle, created a fragrant carpet leading the spirits home, beckoning them with an invitation of love and warmth. The vibrant sounds of music filled the air, as mariachi bands played melodies that danced alongside the memories. People dressed in their finest clothes, adorned with symbols of the afterlife, as if to remind the spirits that they were still cherished. Children giggled, their small hands reaching up to touch the offerings laid before altars. A slice of bread, a sip of tequila, and a favorite toy, all tokens of love that transcended the veil between life and death. Across oceans and ancient lands, similar rituals unfolded. In Japan, Obon festivals welcomed the ancestors back to the households, a time when lanterns were lit to guide their spirits during the Bon Odori dances. The air was thick with the scent of incense, a fragrant memory reaching out to those who had left this world. Families would gather to share meals, leaving out the best dishes, ensuring that no spirit felt neglected. The essence of the past blended seamlessly with the present, as laughter spilled over, honoring lives lived and loves shared. In ancient Egypt, festivals like the Weepa Trempet celebrated the new year, a time when the living honored their deceased loved ones. The Nile's waters glimmered under the sun, a mirror of life and afterlife. People would gather, adorned in linen robes, as they honored Osiris, the god of the underworld. Offerings of food, drinks, and flowers were placed at tombs. The air pulsed with chants that reverberated through the sands, echoing the firm belief that death was just another phase in the cycle of existence. Yet, these moments of joy were underscored by an undeniable tension. A thin veil of fear hovered just out of reach. This fear of the unknown, of what lay beyond the grave, tethered the living to the spirits. Festivals of the dead served as a powerful reminder of mortality, a beckoning shadow that loomed over the celebrations. Each flicker of candlelight, each burst of laughter, was a subtle acknowledgement of the grief that lingered just beneath the surface. In the chilling embrace of the night, ghost stories were whispered around campfires, tales of lost souls who wandered the earth, still seeking answers or closure. In Ireland, the ancient Samhain marked the end of the harvest season and the onset of winter, believed to be a time when the boundary between the living and the dead thinned. Villagers lit bonfires, their flames fighting against the encroaching darkness, while they donned costumes, disguising themselves from wandering spirits. A dance of vulnerability and bravery unfolded as they faced their fears, embracing the spirits with offerings of food and drink, lest they unleash their wrath upon the living. In these moments, the gap between fear and celebration blurred beautifully. The festivals did not erase the fear. Rather, they transformed it. A shiver ran down the spine as the stories and traditions unfolded, a reminder of the delicate balance between life and death. The act of remembering became an act of defiance against fear. Instead of hiding from death, communities gathered to confront it, weaving their histories into a grand tapestry of resilience. As the last remnants of daylight faded, the world transformed. The stars twinkled with a mischievous glint, watching over the living and the dead alike. The air crackled with energy, a mingling of anticipation and reverence. At the heart of every festival lay a profound understanding. Death is not the end but a continuation of the story. Each flickering candle, every offering laid, was a page turned, a chapter in an unwritten book, where the living and the dead continued to share the narrative of existence. Within this dance of remembrance and reverence, fear found a home, not as a specter to be exiled, but as an integral part of the human experience. The laughter mingled with tears, as families celebrated lives while acknowledging the inevitable end that awaited them all. The festivals provided a sanctuary, a sacred space where the past intertwined with the present, creating a comforting embrace in the face of uncertainty. The night deepened, and the celebrations swelled to a crescendo. The sound of drums echoed in the distance, the rhythm of the living beating alongside the memories of those who had gone before. The world breathed in unison, a collective sigh of acknowledgement. The veil between worlds shimmered, and as the living reached out to the dead, a powerful connection surged through the air. With each festival that passed, the stories of the departed lingered, etched into the hearts of the living. Fear was not banished. It became a companion, softening the edges of sorrow with the warmth of remembrance. The festivals of the dead continued to thrive, a testament to the strength of human connection, the power of memory, and the dance of life that never truly ends. As the stars shone brightly above, the cycle of life and death continued, weaving an eternal narrative that bound the living and the departed together. A tale that would never fade, always drawing the next generation into the fold, forever whispering secrets of love, loss, and unbreakable bonds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal light over the ancient city of Rome, the air thrummed with a tension that could be felt in every cobblestone. Citizens whispered tales of the gods, their voices intertwined with the solemnity of the law that governed their lives. In the courts where justice met fate, the line between the mortal and the divine blurred, creating a tapestry of beliefs that shaped the very essence of Roman law. In those hallowed halls, where marble statues of deities stood guard, the people knew that the law was not just a set of rules. It was alive, breathing with the weight of mythology. Each edict uttered by the magistrates was a thread interwoven with the stories of gods and goddesses, their legends echoing through the ages. The figure of Justitia, blindfolded and holding her scales, was not merely a symbol. She was a reminder that justice was a divine gift, bestowed by the gods who watched with keen eyes. The tale of Romulus and Remus, the twin sons of Mars, reverberated through the legal system like a heartbeat. It was said that the very foundation of Rome, built on the blood of the sacred founders, required its laws to reflect the divine order. Every trial was a reenactment of this myth, where the accused became a modern-day Romulus or Remus, caught in the web of fate spun by the unseen hands of the gods. Every citizen, from the wealthy patricians to the humble plebeians, understood the gravity of their actions. To betray a friend was to invoke the wrath of Jupiter, to commit theft was to anger Mercury, the god of commerce, and to harm one another was to invite the vengeance of vengeful spirits. Fear mingled with reverence, for the law was a sacred pact, a promise between the people and the divine, and every transgression was a ripple that echoed through the cosmos. In the bustling forum, where the aroma of spices mingled with the sound of passionate debates, the presence of mythology was palpable. When a case was brought before the praetor, the air thickened with anticipation. Would he call upon the gods for guidance? Would he consult the auguries, deciphering the flight of birds or the entrails of sacrificed animals to seek the divine will? The people held their breath, for the outcome of justice was as unpredictable as the capricious nature of the gods themselves. One fateful day, a young woman stood trial, accused of theft. Her eyes glimmered with fear and defiance, her hands trembling as she faced the judgment of the assembled crowd. She invoked the name of Venus, pleading for mercy, weaving a desperate story about love and betrayal that echoed through the chamber. The spectators felt the weight of her words, and in that moment, they were not just watching a trial. They were witnessing a tug-of-war between fate and free will, between divine intervention and human choice. As the praetor deliberated, his mind raced with the stories of gods and heroes. He remembered the myth of Arachne, whose hubris led to her downfall. Would he allow the young woman to escape punishment, or would he let justice prevail, knowing that even the gods could not escape the consequences of their choices? The tension crackled like lightning in the sky, and the crowd waited with bated breath, knowing that their lives hinged on the decision that loomed ahead. Then there were the priests, the augurs, their faces painted with solemnity as they performed rituals to seek guidance from the gods. They offered sacrifices, invoking the spirits of the ancients, hoping that their prayers would influence the outcome of the trials. Each chant, each offering was a reminder that the law was intertwined with the supernatural, a constant dance between the mortal and the divine. The citizens were not merely observers. They were participants in a grand narrative that stretched back to the dawn of creation. The law was their lifeblood, and mythology was the very marrow that gave it strength. As the trial unfolded, the air thickened with anticipation. The young woman, her heart racing, felt the eyes of the gods upon her. She invoked the stories of her ancestors, of warriors and lovers who had faced impossible odds. Her words wove a spell, and like the flickering flame of a candle, they illuminated the darkness of her plight. The crowd leaned closer, captivated by her fervor, their collective heartbeat echoing in the chambers of the law. When the verdict was finally delivered, a wave of emotion swept through the onlookers. Joy mingled with despair, for in those moments, they were not just spectators. They were part of the grand tapestry of justice, entwined with the threads of myth and destiny. The young woman fled the court, the weight of her fate hanging like a cloud overhead, while the echoes of the past whispered through the streets, reminding the citizens of their shared humanity. In the aftermath, the ramifications rippled through the heart of Rome. Each citizen carried the weight of the trial, the stories intertwining with their own lives, shaping their understanding of right and wrong. The gods watched, their presence felt in every whispered prayer and every act of defiance. The interplay of mythology and justice created a cycle that would continue, an eternal dance where the lines between the mortal and the divine forever blurred. And so, as the sun set on another day in Rome, the echoes of justice and mythology intertwined. The people moved through the streets, their lives steeped in the stories of old, their paths illuminated by the flickering flames of hope and fear. In this world of rules and legends, the next trial awaited, ready to unfold, and with it, the ever-present whisper of the gods, reminding all that justice was not just a human endeavor, but a sacred bond with the divine. In a dimly lit room, whispers of past decisions lingered like ghosts, their echoes resonating through the walls. A flickering candle cast eerie shadows that danced across pages filled with ink-stained tales of power and struggle. Outside, the winds howled, carrying with them the weight of 1,000 choices made and unmade. Every political upheaval, every societal shift, seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. Each beat a reminder of the delicate thread that binds fate and human will. History is dotted with figures who stood at the crossroads of destiny. In ancient Rome, as the citizens gazed toward the Senate, their hearts thrummed with a mix of hope and dread. Julius Caesar, a name that would echo through time, walked the marble halls with the weight of a nation on his shoulders. Yet, even he could not escape the swirling currents of fate. The Ides of March approached, an ominous date marked not by the certainty of destiny, but by the choices of men who might have avoided the daggers of betrayal. It was a stark reminder that while fate looms large, it is often the choices of individuals that shape the course of history. Fast forward to the turbulent streets of 18th century France, where the scent of revolution hung thick in the air. The guillotine, a symbol of justice or madness, awaited its next victim. The cries of the hungry and disillusioned filled the cobbled pathways, each shout a plea for change that resonated in the souls of the oppressed. Leaders rose and fell, their fates intertwined with the aspirations of the masses. Robespierre, once the architect of liberty, became a figure of fear, illustrating how the very forces meant to uplift can turn into storms of chaos. The delicate balance between fate and choice danced dangerously close to the edge. In the midst of this turmoil, the concept of fate began to be challenged. Enlightenment thinkers, with their quills dipped in the ink of reason, questioned the cosmic order of things. Voltaire and Rousseau penned their thoughts, igniting sparks of rebellion not just against tyranny but against the idea that all was predetermined. They argued that humans possess the power to shape their destinies, to rise from the ashes of oppression, and to craft a new social order. This philosophical upheaval echoed through the ages, reverberating in the hearts of those who dared to dream of a better world. As centuries turned and the industrial age powered forth, the streets were filled with workers whose hands bore the marks of labor. Each factory whistle was like a pulse of the new world, where the fates of individuals were intertwined with the wheels of progress. The harsh realities of factory life ignited a fire within the hearts of men and women who sought not only better conditions but also a voice, a say in the world they inhabited. Karl Marx's powerful words reverberated through the smoky air, urging the working class to rise against the chains that bound them, illustrating how the myth of fate could be shattered through collective action. But even as the voice of the people grew stronger, so did the specter of authoritarianism. Leaders emerged with promises that shimmered like gold, yet often hid daggers beneath the surface. Totalitarian regimes, from Stalin's Soviet Union to Hitler's Germany, twisted the narrative of fate into one of control. They claimed a divine right, suggesting that the course of history was predetermined, that their rule was the only path to salvation. Yet beneath the iron fist, the human spirit flickered. Resistance fighters, underground movements, and ordinary citizens whispered of rebellion, proving that fate could be rewritten in the most unexpected of ways. As the world faced the horrors of war, the battlefield became a crucible where fate and choice battled for supremacy. The soldiers, mere pawns in a grand game, grappled with their own destinies as they charged into the chaos. Each life lost was a story untold, a promise unfulfilled. Yet within the ashes of destruction emerged new leaders, figures like Nelson Mandela, who danced between the realms of fate and free will. Imprisoned yet indomitable, he envisioned a future where the chains of apartheid could be broken not by vengeance but by forgiveness. The Cold War brought about a new paradox, where the world teetered on the brink of annihilation. The concept of mutual assured destruction hung like a dark cloud, yet amidst the tension, voices of peace emerged. The Berlin Wall, once a symbol of division, crumbled under the weight of collective will. Ordinary citizens, their hearts beating as one, wielded their choices against the iron grip of oppression, crafting a new narrative that defied the notion of a predetermined fate. In the digital age, as information flows like a river, the myth of fate continues to evolve. Social media platforms become arenas where movements are born overnight, where hashtags can ignite revolutions. The Arab Spring unfolded with the click of a button, as young people took to the streets, fueled by dreams of freedom. Yet with every uprising, new questions emerged: who truly controls fate? Are we the authors of our stories, or merely characters in a grand narrative penned by unseen hands? Even now, as the world grapples with inequality and division, the heart beats with the pulse of potential. The struggle for social justice, climate action, and political reform is a testament to the undying spirit of humanity. Each protest, each voice raised in dissent, is a challenge to the myth of fate. It is a reminder that while history may be riddled with events that seem beyond our control, it is the choices we make, in moments of courage or despair, that ultimately shape the world we inhabit. As the candle flickers, casting shadows that tell tales of both triumph and tragedy, the room is filled with the collective dreams of those who came before. The air is thick with possibility, a tension that begs to be released. The next chapter awaits, teetering on the edge of what we dare to imagine and how we choose to act. The lines of fate and choice weave together, an intricate tapestry that beckons with the promise of change, urging all to step boldly into the unknown. In the flickering shadows of ancient Rome, the air was thick with the whispers of gods and heroes. The marketplace buzzed with life, merchants shouting their wares, but behind every exchange, there was a potent undercurrent of stories that shaped lives and destinies. Every ordinary citizen carried a piece of mythology in their hearts, woven into the fabric of their daily lives, creating a tapestry of belief and wonder that colored their world. The sun dipped low, casting a golden glow on the marble columns of the Forum, as poets gathered beneath its grandeur, their robes flowing like the very tales they spun. Among them was a young man named Virgil, eyes alight with visions of epic sagas. He stood, heart racing, as he prepared to recite verses that would echo through time. His voice trembled with anticipation, a reflection of the gods above, and from his lips sprang the haunting tale of Aeneas, a Trojan hero destined to found a new empire. Every syllable resonated deeply, as if the very essence of the divine flowed through his words. The audience was entranced, caught in a web of longing and adventure. They could feel the weight of Aeneas's journey, the fire of his struggles, the sorrow of his losses, and the ultimate triumph that lay ahead. The gods, too, played their part. Juno with her fierce jealousy, and Venus, ever watchful of her son. Through Virgil's masterful storytelling, they danced in the minds of listeners, their presence palpable and immediate. As the verses rolled on, he painted vivid pictures of storms and battles, love and betrayal, drawing from the well of mythology that was an unending source of inspiration. Each character was more than just a figure in a story. They were reflections of the very human emotions that bound the Roman people together. The audience gasped as they felt the thrill of Aeneas's victories and the ache of his heartbreaks. Every moment was a reminder that life, like the epic tales of old, was a mix of glory and despair, hope and fear. Not far from Virgil stood Ovid, his mind swirling with the enchanting tales of transformation and passion. His Metamorphoses was a symphony of change, a story within a story, where love could turn a man into a tree or a maiden into a constellation. The crowd hung on to his every word, captivated by the fluidity of his imagination. He spoke of Daphne, who fled from Apollo's advances, pleading for mercy and metamorphosing into a laurel tree, forever standing still in a world that never seemed to pause. Ovid's verses were a mirror reflecting the desires and fears of the people, a reminder that change is the only constant. The power of mythology wasn't limited to the grand stories of heroes and gods. It seeped into the everyday lives of Romans. They wore their beliefs like armor, seeking favor from deities through prayers and offerings, hoping for protection and prosperity. In every household, shrines to the Laras and Penates, the guardian spirits, served as constant reminders of their heritage and the stories that shaped their existence. Amidst these poetic gatherings, the air crackled with tension and emotion. The Romans were not just passive listeners. They were players in a grand narrative spun from the threads of mythology. They found their own identities entwined with the fates of legendary figures, seeking to emulate their bravery and wisdom. Yet, they also feared the capriciousness of the gods, who could bring both fortune and ruin in the blink of an eye. As the poets recited their verses, a mist of melancholy settled over the crowd. They had seen the rise and fall of empires, the fleeting nature of power, and the eternal cycle of love and loss. The stories they heard were not solely entertainment. They were cautionary tales, urging the Romans to reflect on their own lives. What legacy would they leave behind? Would they be remembered like Aeneas or lost like so many forgotten souls? The sky darkened, and an electric tension filled the air as the poets took turns at the center of the Forum, each building upon the other's verses, creating a rich dialogue steeped in tradition and myth. With every line, emotions surged and ebbed like the tide, carrying the listeners along. The myths were alive, breathing through the words and resonating in the souls of those present. Yet it was not just the poets who were moved. On the fringes of the crowd stood a young girl, her heart racing with dreams of her own. She had listened wide-eyed, feeling the weight of every story settle in her chest. She imagined herself as a heroine, battling against the odds, much like the figures she had heard about. In that moment, She embodied the very essence of Roman literature, a living testament to the power of myth to inspire, to ignite passion, and to make one feel connected to something far greater than oneself. As the night deepened, the stories grew more complex, intertwining with the threads of destiny and fate. The lines between reality and myth began to blur. The audience became not just passive observers, but participants in an eternal cycle of creation and recreation, where every tale unfolded anew with each telling. The faces in the crowd transformed, reflecting the light of the torch flames, mirroring the struggles and the triumphs of heroes and gods from ages past. The poets, emboldened by the energy of their audience, reached for the heavens. They summoned the essence of Mars, whose fierce spirit ignited the courage of warriors, and the gentle grace of Venus, whose love could sway even the hardest of hearts. With each verse, they wove together the struggles of humanity with the divine. The gods had become not just distant figures, but intimate companions, guiding the Romans through their joys and sorrows. In the throes of passion, they spoke of Orpheus, who dared to descend into the underworld for the love of Eurydice, a testament to the lengths one would go for love. The listeners felt their own hearts ache as they imagined the bittersweet reunion, the haunting strains of music that echoed through the darkness. The power of love, intertwined with loss, coursed through the crowd like a river, uniting them in shared emotion. The night was alive with inspiration and longing, myths swirling in the air, weaving a spell that transcended time. As the last poet stepped back, the echoes of their voices lingered, forming an invisible bridge to the future. The stories would not fade. They would be passed down, reimagined, and reborn in the hearts of generations yet to come. The Romans understood that they were part of a larger story, a continuity of struggle, triumph, and the ever-present shadow of fate. And as the last words hung in the air, a new dawn beckoned, the promise of fresh tales waiting to be spun. The influence of mythology was far from over. It would continue to shape their literature and poetry, guiding them through the labyrinth of life, whispering truths and igniting passions that would transcend the ages. The curtain had not fallen. It merely opened to the next act, where the legacy of the ancients would forever intertwine with the lives of those who dared to dream. The candlelight flickered softly in the dim room, shadows dancing across the stone walls, whispers of ancient tales intertwined with the scent of burnt wax. In this hushed atmosphere, a young girl named Alara sat by the fire, her heart racing as she clutched a worn book filled with stories of love, a book that had been passed down through generations. Within its pages lay the myths that shaped her reality, the dreams that colored her world, all the while holding her captive in a web of expectations and desires spun long before her time. In those tales, love was depicted as a fierce, unyielding force, one that could conquer mountains and mend broken hearts. Yet, as Alara turned each page, she felt the weight of those legends. They whispered of romantic nights and fair maidens, of tragic endings that only deepened the longing in her soul. The stories were intoxicating, but they also contained shadows, unspoken truths about desire that rippled through the fabric of society. Consider the ancient Greeks, who saw love as a divine gift. Eros, the god of desire, was both beautiful and terrible, capable of igniting passion and chaos. Their words echoed through the halls of time, shaping the very essence of romance. But what of the cost? In a world where love was seen as a blessing, it was also a means of control. The expectations placed on individuals to conform to these lofty ideals created a narrow path, one where straying too far could lead to ruin. Then came the Romans, who embraced love with a mixture of practicality and emotion. They believed in the concept of amor, a passionate, often destructive force that brought people together, yet also tore them apart. Their poets wrote verses that still resonate today, celebrating desire while acknowledging its fleeting nature. Alara felt the bittersweet twinge of understanding. She was not just a spectator in these stories, but a part of a lineage that danced between hope and despair, desire and loss. As she read on, images of medieval courtly love floated into her mind. Knights serenaded their ladies from beneath their balconies, their hearts aflame with unreciprocated passion. Yet, These tales were laced with unspoken rules. Love was not merely an emotion. It was a performance, a duty wrapped in artifice. Alara could almost hear the echoes of knights struggling to prove their worth, binding their souls to ideals that often led to isolation. The thrill of desire was intoxicating, but the expectations were suffocating. In the Renaissance, the landscape shifted again. Love transformed into a battlefield of intellect and art. Thinkers and poets began to question the very nature of desire. They spoke of l'amour courtisé, where love became a game of wits, a dance of seduction that required strategy as much as passion. Alara's heart raced as she imagined the grand balls, the masked glances exchanged across crowded rooms, and the tantalizing thrill of forbidden connections. Yet, there was danger in this game. Desire could lead to scandal, a fall from grace that could shatter lives. The tide turned once more in the Victorian era, where love became enshrined in strict social norms. Couples were bound by expectation, their desires hidden beneath layers of decorum. Romantic gestures were meticulously planned, yet the longing simmered just beneath the surface, waiting for a chance to break free. This was a time when love letters were penned in secrecy, words of passion concealed in codes only the lovers could decipher. Alara felt a shiver run down her spine, imagining the thrill of a stolen glance or a whispered confession, each moment charged with electric tension. Yet, the myths of love and desire did not remain static. They evolved, influenced by the shifting tides of society. The rise of the 20th century brought with it a fierce rebellion against traditional norms. Love was no longer solely about duty or decorum. It became a personal pursuit, an exploration of identity and freedom. The suffragettes fought for the right to love on their own terms, to choose partners not bound by societal expectations but by deep, authentic connection. Alara felt her chest swell with pride, knowing that the stories of those brave women fueled her own quest for love. But as the decades rolled by, the pressures of modern life began to reshape desire once again. With the advent of technology, love became both more accessible and more elusive. Online dating transformed the landscape. Profiles were crafted, messages exchanged, hearts laid bare in the digital realm. Yet, was this true connection? Alara's heart ached at the thought of swiping left or right, of love reduced to mere pixels on a screen. The myths continued to evolve, but did they still resonate in the depths of the human experience? As Alara turned the final page of her book, she felt an overwhelming rush of emotions. The myths of love and desire had shaped her understanding of her own heart, but they also left her with questions. What did love mean in a world filled with contradictions? How could one navigate the complex labyrinth of desire without losing themselves in the process? The candle flickered once more, casting an enchanting glow over her face, a mirror to the countless faces through history that had grappled with the same questions. In the silence that followed, the air thickened with possibility. Alara closed her eyes, envisioning the stories yet to be written, the passions yet to be explored. The myths of love and desire were not conclusions but invitations, inviting her to step beyond the pages and into the vibrant, chaotic world that awaited her. Each heartbeat pulsed with the potential of new connections, new adventures, and the timeless quest for love that echoed through all of humanity. The shadows of the past whispered secrets, urging her to listen and to feel, to embrace the journey ahead as she continued to weave her own narrative amid the timeless fabric of desire. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced on the walls as a lone figure stood at a podium, his voice weaving through the air like a spell, captivating all who listened. The crowd leaned in, their hearts synchronized with the rhythm of his words, each syllable a pulse that echoed through their souls. He spoke of a time when heroes walked the earth, their deeds immortalized in tales passed down through generations. The audience shivered, wrapped in the warmth of nostalgia, yet alert to the undercurrents that rippled beneath the surface. Myths, those shimmering, elusive threads that bind us, have been manipulated time and again, transformed into powerful tools of political rhetoric. Leaders have harnessed these ancient stories, twisting them to fit their narratives, shaping public perception with the deftness of a master sculptor molding clay. The warmth of a shared myth can bring people together, but when wielded by ambitious hands, it can tear them apart with the ferocity of a storm. Consider the story of George Washington, the father of a nation, who famously could not tell a lie. This seemingly benign tale has been repurposed, sculpting an image of an unwavering leader, one whose honesty was as foundational as the very country he helped to create. Yet, beneath this facade, the complexities of his humanity lie buried. His ownership of slaves, his political maneuvering, twisting the truth into a myth that served a purpose far grander than the man himself. A myth crafted not just to honor Washington, but to construct a narrative of perfect integrity, elevating the ideals of a nation while obscuring its darker realities. As history churns forward, these manipulations take root in the soil of fear and hope. In the 20th century, the leaders of totalitarian regimes embraced myth-making with fervor. Joseph Stalin emerged as a larger-than-life figure, a savior reborn in the Soviet Union's mythology. The great leader, as he was known, was portrayed as the infallible guardian of the proletariat, his cult of personality swelling like a tide, drowning dissent and erasing history. The truth of his regime, a tapestry woven with threads of oppression and terror, was buried under layers of propaganda that sang his praises, rendering him a demigod in the eyes of the masses. But the echoes of myth manipulation don't merely belong to the past. In our modern landscape, political rhetoric pulsates with the same fervor. The figures who rise to power today often employ myths that resonate with the fundamental beliefs of the people. Myths that speak of destiny, of greatness, or the valiant fight against oppression. The American dream, painted in bold strokes, becomes a beacon for the hopeful. Yet its narrative can easily slip into a weapon used to dismiss hardship and inequality. It ignores the countless stories of struggle hidden beneath the surface, where many have been left behind, their voices drowned out by the clamor of triumph and success. In a world where sound bites reign supreme, the manipulation of myth is not just a tool. It becomes the very fabric of communication. Political leaders, like skilled puppeteers, pull at the strings of collective memory, crafting narratives that stir emotions and rally support. They conjure images of past glories, stirring the heartstrings of those who long for a return to perceived greatness. The crowd, captivated and spellbound, becomes a chorus echoing the refrain of their leader's carefully constructed mythos. Yet, within this dance of rhetoric lies a perilous edge, a thin veneer that can crack at any moment. The manipulation of myth can breed disillusionment and betrayal, shaking the foundations of trust upon which societies are built. When the curtain is pulled back, revealing the stark realities that lie beneath the glittering surface, the fallout can be catastrophic. The echoes of promises unfulfilled resonate painfully, as those who believed in the myth find themselves abandoned in the rubble of shattered illusions. In the corridors of power, the stakes are high. Political leaders navigate the treacherous waters of public sentiment, seeking to harness the potent energy of myths while balancing the truth that lurks in the shadows. With every passionate speech, every carefully crafted message, they tread the fine line between inspiration and manipulation, often unaware of the emotional toll it can take on those who hang on their every word. Like a fire that warms the soul, these myths can ignite passion and purpose, but they can also burn, leaving scars as people grapple with the aftermath of betrayal. History is riddled with instances where the flames of myth have consumed the very lives they were meant to uplift. The voices of the marginalized echo through the ages, their stories often drowned in the fervor of grand narratives. And so the cycle continues. In every election, in every rally, the manipulation of myths reemerges, shaping the tides of public opinion with the same fervor as in centuries past. The crowd, eager for connection, clings to the myths like a lifeline, finding comfort in the familiar tales that resonate with their hopes and fears. But the truth remains elusive, hiding just beneath the surface, a whisper in the chaos, waiting to be heard. As the shadows lengthen and the applause fades, the question lingers. What happens when the myths crumble? What awaits when the facade is stripped away, leaving bare the truths that have been buried? Within that uncertainty lies the heart of the matter. The dance of manipulation continues, a gripping tale that leaves hearts racing and minds questioning, propelling us into the next chapter of this intricate narrative where the stakes keep rising, and the myths refuse to die. The wind howled through the old village, stirring up clouds of dust and whispers of ancient tales. Each gust carried with it the weight of generations, stories that had been passed down from one trembling hand to another. In the dim light of a flickering lamp, Mara clutched her grandmother's amulet, an ornate piece shaped like a serpent, said to protect its wearer from dark forces. She could almost hear her grandmother's soft voice echoing in her mind, explaining the blessings and curses that wrapped around every myth like a thick fog. In every corner of the earth, myths have shaped lives, influencing decisions, igniting fears, and inspiring hope. In ancient Greece, the gods looked down from their ivory thrones, weaving destinies like threads through the fabric of humanity. There was a time when a simple farmer would offer prayers to Demeter, the goddess of harvest, fearful that her wrath might lead to a barren field. The thought of hunger was a curse that haunted every household, and the farmers knew that their fate rested in the hands of divine beings who could just as easily bless them with abundance. On a crisp autumn evening, a young boy named Theo scampered through the cobblestone streets of a quaint village in Italy. His grandmother had warned him about the Malocchio, the evil eye. She said that envy could cast a shadow over even the brightest spirits. Theo, with his bright smile and infectious laughter, was a target for those who might wish him ill. Heart racing, he rubbed the tiny blue charm that hung from his neck, believing it to be his shield against the dark intentions of others. The villagers' whispers carried a potent truth. Beware the power of envy. It can turn blessings into curses in an instant. Across the ocean, in the vast landscapes of Africa, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the savanna. Elders gathered around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by the flames that danced with stories of heroism and caution. The tales of Anansi, the spider, mesmerized the young and old alike. Anansi, a trickster figure, reminded them that wisdom could be both a blessing and a curse. Those who sought knowledge often found themselves entangled in webs of their own making, a lesson that echoed through the ages. In this world, myths were more than stories. They were warnings sewn into the very fabric of life. In a quiet corner of Asia, a delicate cherry blossom tree stood in full bloom, its petals whispering secrets to the wind. A young woman named Aiko listened intently as her mother recounted the legend of the kintsugi, the art of repairing broken pottery with gold. Like the pieces of our lives, her mother said softly, the cracks we bear can be transformed into beauty. The people of her village believed that every scar told a story, and those stories were blessings in disguise. Aiko felt a surge of understanding. Each heartbreak, each moment of despair, was a chance to create something more beautiful than before. As night fell, the myths of old began to intertwine, creating a tapestry of human experience. In the New World, the stories of the Native Americans spoke of the Great Spirit, a force that breathed life into every creature. The legends warned of the consequences of greed and disrespect toward nature. A hunter who took more than needed would find himself cursed, his catch dwindling until hunger turned him into a ghost of his former self. The lessons were clear. Live in harmony with the world around you, or face the wrath of the unseen forces. Each myth carried its own heartbeat, pulsing with the raw emotions of those who lived by its words. In the shadows of history, curses and blessings danced together. For every whispered warning, there was a tale of triumph. For every fear, a flicker of hope. It was this delicate balance that kept the stories alive, echoing through the ages and resonating in the hearts of those who dared to believe. In the dense forests of the Celtic lands, the legends of the Druids spoke of the power of nature and the spirits dwelling within it. A young girl named Eloan often wandered through the tall trees, listening to the rustle of leaves. She believed that each tree held a story, a blessing, or a curse waiting to be discovered. One day, as she touched the gnarled trunk of an ancient oak, she felt a jolt of energy surge through her. The trees whispered warnings of a storm approaching, one that would tear through the village. Armed with this knowledge, Eloan raced back, determined to save her people from the impending disaster. These stories wove intricate patterns in the fabric of everyday life, reminding every individual of their place in a world filled with unseen forces. Each morning, the sun rose to the sound of prayers and rituals that honored the blessings bestowed upon them. The elders would speak of the moments when curses were lifted, when burdens were shared, and when hope triumphed over despair. Every tear shed became a part of a larger narrative, a reminder that no one was truly alone in their struggles. In the bustling marketplaces of the Middle East, merchants exchanged not just goods but stories steeped in rich tradition. The tale of Scheherazade, who spun tales to save her life, illustrated the power of words to change destinies. The marketplace buzzed with excitement, but there was an undercurrent of fear, the fear of being silenced, of not having a voice. It was a curse that lingered in the corners of their minds, but as each storyteller stepped forward, their blessings transformed the air, filling it with hope and possibility. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the realization settled like dust on a forgotten shelf. Myth's shape lives in ways unseen, guiding choices and weaving destinies. The stories of curses and blessings ripple through time, echoing in the hearts of those willing to listen. In the stillness of the night, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the power of these tales danced like fireflies, illuminating paths for those who dared to believe in something greater than themselves. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient village, where the air buzzed with whispers of fear and reverence. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd gathered around the flickering fire, their faces painted in hues of orange and gold. The night was alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant hoots of owls, but the villagers were focused on one figure, their wise elder, who held the power to weave stories that could both terrify and comfort. As he began to speak, his voice carried the weight of centuries, wrapping around the listeners like a warm blanket on a cold winter night. He told them of the thunderous roars of the sky during storms, explaining how the great God of the heavens unleashed his fury upon the earth when angered. It was a tale meant not just to entertain but to instill obedience and respect for nature's might. "Remember," he warned, "to offer your thanks after the rain, for without the gods' favor, we face drought and despair." This was how the myths of the natural world worked, stories shaped by fear and compliance. Each tale was a thread in the fabric of their lives, an invisible hand guiding their actions. The villagers listened intently, their hearts pounding with a mix of awe and dread, as shadows danced around them like playful spirits. The elder told them of the fierce storms that swept through their fields, how crops could be reduced to twisted remnants by the wrath of nature. With every story, he reinforced the importance of adhering to rituals, of honoring the spirits of the land and sky, so that the bounty of the earth would flourish. In ancient Greece, the winds whispered secrets of their own. The people looked to the azure sky and saw not just clouds but the faces of gods. They spoke of Aeolus, the keeper of the winds, who could unleash tempests with a mere flick of his wrist. When the waves crashed violently against the shores, it was not merely weather, it was the anger of a deity. To appease him, they crafted sacrifices and erected altars, begging for calm seas and gentle breezes. Each storm was a reminder of their fragility, a nudge towards compliance through fear of the divine. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Norse lands, people huddled around fires, recounting tales of Thor, the thunder god, whose hammer could split the sky. The claps of thunder were his laughter or his wrath, depending on the day. The villagers were instilled with a belief that their actions mattered, that if they honored Thor with feasts and rituals, he would shield them from the fierce winter storms that howled through their villages. Each thunderous boom echoed the promise of protection, a reinforcement of their shared commitment to the gods. The wind howled like a wild beast, rattling the windows of homes. In a small coastal village, the roaring waves were a constant reminder of the power of Poseidon. Fishermen told their children tales of how the sea god controlled the tides and storms, urging them to respect the ocean, lest it swallow their boats whole. The children, wide-eyed and filled with wonder, learned that their safety lay not just in skill but in reverence. Each fishing trip became an act of worship, a dance of compliance before the might of Poseidon. In ancient China, the myth of the dragon was not just a story but a crucial part of daily life. The villagers believed that dragons could summon rain and control the rivers. When drought struck, the elders organized elaborate ceremonies to appease the dragon spirits. They crafted intricate paper dragons and released them into the air, hoping to coax the rain from the heavens. The act of creating and releasing these dragons was steeped in tradition, a ritual that bound the community together, emphasizing compliance with the natural order. The villagers understood that their very survival hung on their relationship with these mythical beings. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silver sheen over the land, the stories continued to flow, each one heavier than the last. In the deserts of the Middle East, tales of the relentless sun god became the fabric of survival. The people spoke of heat waves as the sun god's anger, scorching the earth when his people turned away from him. They prayed for shade and water, their compliance woven into the rhythms of daily life. The sun's fierce rays were a reminder that the balance of nature was delicate, and their fates rested on the whims of a god. On the other side of the world, the Native American tribes told stories of the Great Spirit, who breathed life into the land and all its creatures. The roaring rivers and whispering winds were reminders of his presence. The tribes understood that harmony with nature was not just a choice but a sacred obligation. Each rite, from planting to hunting, was infused with meaning, a way to communicate respect and gratitude. Breaking this bond would invite chaos into their lives, a disruption they could not afford. The elder's voice rose and fell like the tide, ebbing and flowing, compelling the villagers to lean in closer. Each story was a thread of commonality, connecting generations through shared fears and desires. The flickering fire cast shadows that danced upon the walls of their minds, illuminating the deep-seated belief that compliance with nature's laws was not merely wise but essential for survival. As the tales wound down, an unsettling silence blanketed the crowd. They felt the weight of the night pressing upon them, the air thick with the remnants of fear and reverence, the collective heartbeat of the village echoing in the stillness. Would they honor the stories passed down through the ages? Would they heed the call of the natural world that demanded respect and compliance? The elder's gaze swept over the villagers, and he knew that the myths they held dear would continue to shape their lives, intertwining with new generations, guiding them in ways that were as ancient as the earth itself. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled brightly overhead, the natural world loomed larger than life, a presence felt in every whisper of wind and every rustle of leaves, still demanding compliance, still echoing tales that would never fade. The night was thick with tension, as shadows danced under flickering streetlights along the cracked pavement. In a small town where whispers traveled faster than the wind, urban legends held power over the hearts of its residents. Every corner had a tale, each alleyway a ghostly echo of caution. Children huddled together as they recounted the stories, their voices trembling with a mix of fear and excitement, while adults exchanged knowing glances, their memories haunted by the very legends they thought were meant to scare the young. At the center of this tight-knit community was the notorious tale of the man in the black suit. It began innocently enough, a story told over campfires, a warning against wandering too far from home after dark. The man, they said, wore a suit that seemed to swallow the light around him. No one knew where he came from or what he wanted, but those who claimed to have seen him never spoke again. It was as if he reached into their very souls and pulled out their voices. As the legend grew, so did the fear, gripping the town like a vice. People began to look over their shoulders, feeling unseen eyes following their every move, and the streets that once felt safe became pathways to the unknown. As the story spread, it became more than just a ghostly figure. It transformed into a symbol of control, a way for the community to regulate itself. Parents used the man in the black suit to keep children from straying too far, while the local authorities found solace in its chilling grip. It was a tool, a way to maintain order in a world where chaos lurked beneath the surface. The truth was, no one wanted to admit that the real fear was not the legend itself, but what it represented, a loss of control over their lives. In the dim light of the diner on Main Street, a group of teenagers gathered, the glow of the neon sign casting a surreal hue on their excited faces. They leaned in closer, sharing tales of the man in the black suit with a mix of bravado and trepidation. "I heard if you say his name 3 times, he appears," whispered Sarah, her eyes wide with a blend of thrill and concern. They say he's a collector of secrets, added Jake, his voice low, as if the very mention of the legend might summon the figure from the dark. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation, and the tension hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. Each story fed the fire, igniting imaginations and weaving an intricate web of fear around them. The hairs on the back of their necks stood on end, and the old waitress, with her tired smile and knowing eyes, offered a warning with her gentle voice. You kids should be careful with these stories. They have a way of creeping into your dreams. In a town where the line between reality and myth blurred, the legends became living entities. They shaped behavior and influenced choices. The fear of the man in the black suit wound its way through the community, like roots of an ancient tree, covertly digging deeper into the collective psyche. The stories were not just tales. They were a reflection of societal fears, a way to address the unspoken worries that plagued everyday life. As history has shown, when people feel out of control, they create narratives that empower them to reclaim some semblance of safety. On the edge of town, a dilapidated house stood, shrouded in overgrown weeds and shadows, its windows darkened by years of neglect. It was said that the man in the black suit had once lived there, and on certain nights, his laughter could be heard echoing through the empty halls. This served as both a chilling reminder and an irresistible lure for the bravest among them. Curiosity outweighed fear, and a group of friends, driven by the thrill of the unknown, decided to investigate. As they tiptoed through the creaky front door, the air inside felt heavy, as if time had paused in this forgotten place. Their flashlights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced across the peeling wallpaper. Every creak of the floorboards sent shivers down their spines, and they shared nervous laughs that masked their growing dread. This wasn't just a house. It was a crypt of memories and forgotten tales, waiting to spring back to life. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the upstairs, silencing their laughter. Heartbeats quickened, and the group froze, eyes wide with fear. There it was, a palpable sense of dread that enveloped them. "We should leave," whispered Lisa, her voice barely above a breath. But curiosity held them captive, stronger than the fear that clawed at their throats. They climbed the stairs, each step feeling like a descent into madness, the air thickening with unseen energy. At the top of the stairs, a door creaked open, revealing a room bathed in moonlight. The floor was littered with dusty old toys, remnants of childhood dreams long since shattered. And in the corner stood a figure cloaked in darkness, the outline unmistakably resembling the man in the black suit. Paralyzed by fear, they watched as he turned slowly, his head tilting towards them, eyes like hollow voids that seemed to penetrate into their very souls. Their screams caught in their throats, a visceral testament to the legend that had come to life. In that moment, the lines between myth and reality dissolved, leaving only the raw, unfiltered terror that chilled them to the core. It was not just a story anymore. It was a reckoning, a confrontation with the very fears that had shaped their lives and controlled their actions. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished, leaving behind only the echo of their racing hearts and the weight of the legend's grip. They stumbled back down the stairs, crashing into one another in their frantic escape. Outside, the world seemed to breathe again as they burst into the cool night air, gasping for breath as reality crashed back in. But even as they ran, the legend remained, a lingering shadow whispering in their ears, reminding them that some tales never truly die. They live on, feeding off the fears and uncertainties of those who dare to listen. As the moon rose higher, casting an ethereal glow over the town, the legends of the streets pulsed with new life, waiting for the next unsuspecting hearts to weave their way into the fabric of the haunting tales that bound them all. The cycle of fear and control, of myth and reality, continued, a relentless tide that drew the unsuspecting into its depths, leaving a trail of hushed voices and wide-eyed children in its wake. The streets remained alive with tales, each shadow pregnant with possibility, as the night wore on, whispering secrets of its own. In a dimly lit classroom, the air thick with anticipation, a teacher stood before her students, her eyes sparkling with passion. "What if," she began, her voice weaving through the rows of desks like a gentle breeze. The very stories of our past could guide us in the present. What if the heroes of old could speak to us today? The room, filled with young minds eager for adventure, buzzed with excitement, unaware that they were about to plunge into the timeless depths of mythology, where lessons of courage, wisdom, and morality awaited their discovery. As the teacher spoke, she gestured toward a mural that adorned the wall, vibrant colors depicting scenes from ancient tales. There were the gods of Olympus, powerful and flawed, their lives a tapestry of triumph and failure. There stood the fabled heroes, like Hercules, who faced insurmountable odds, their strength and determination echoing through centuries. Each figure whispered stories of human experience, waiting for someone to listen. The students leaned in, their hearts racing, ready to be swept away by the magic of these narratives. Mythology has long served as a conduit for education, a tool that has shaped the way societies understand their world. In ancient Greece, the teachings of philosophers like Plato illustrated this power. He believed that stories, especially those steeped in myth, were not merely entertainment. They were a vehicle for moral instruction. For Plato, the tales of gods and heroes were essential in cultivating virtue within the soul. The lessons embedded in these myths were like seeds, planted in the fertile ground of young minds, waiting to bloom into wisdom. Across the ages, the echoes of these beliefs resonated throughout various cultures. The Romans adopted and adapted Greek myths, embedding them deeply into their educational systems. Stories of Aeneas, the Trojan hero, were used to teach Roman children about duty, honor, and the importance of legacy. These narratives were not just stories, they were blueprints for living. The mythological figures became guides, lighting the path for young learners navigating the complexities of their own lives. In distant lands, the rich tapestry of mythology continued to serve an educational purpose. In India, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana not only entertained but also imparted ethical lessons. The epic tales of conflict, love, and sacrifice were lessons in Dharma, the moral order of the universe. Children listened, wide-eyed, as their elders recounted these ancient stories around flickering fires, absorbing the values embedded within the heroic journeys, the struggles between good and evil, and the intricate dance of fate and free will. As history marched forward, the role of mythology in education began to intertwine with rhetoric, the art of persuasion. Orators like Cicero and Aristotle recognized the potency of stories. They understood that a well-told myth could captivate an audience, drawing them into a narrative that not only entertained but also educated and inspired. The tales of gods and heroes became tools for persuasion, allowing speakers to connect emotionally with their listeners. A powerful myth could sway hearts and minds, forging bonds between speaker and audience, creating a shared understanding of values and ideals. In the Renaissance, the revival of classical learning breathed new life into these ancient tales. Scholars and artists wove mythology into their works, transforming classrooms into vibrant spaces of exploration. Shakespeare wove mythological references into his plays, infusing them with layers of meaning that echoed the complexities of human nature. The characters in his stories struggled with their destinies, their choices reflecting the timeless themes of love, ambition, and the quest for meaning. As the Industrial Revolution swept through the world, education evolved, yet the power of mythology remained. Teachers sought ways to engage the hearts and minds of their students, and mythology offered a treasure trove of stories that resonated with universal truths. The tales of Prometheus, who defied the gods to bring fire to mankind, became lessons in courage and innovation. Students learned not just facts and figures but the importance of questioning authority, of seeking knowledge even at great personal risk. In modern classrooms, mythology continues to play a pivotal role. Children hear tales of the trickster god Loki, whose cleverness teaches lessons about intelligence and cunning. They explore the tragic fate of Icarus, whose reckless ambition serves as a cautionary tale. Each story, rich with emotion and layered meaning, becomes a discussion point, igniting debates and discussions that transcend time and culture. The students in that dimly lit classroom were spellbound. The teacher could see their eyes widen, their imaginations igniting as they connected with the heroes and villains of these age-old stories. They began to see themselves not just as learners, but as part of a larger narrative, a continuum of human experience that transcended their own lives. They were not merely studying the past. They were weaving their own stories into the fabric of history. And then, with a dramatic pause, the teacher introduced the tale of Odysseus, the cunning hero whose journey home was fraught with trials. Each obstacle he faced mirrored the students' own struggles: fear, doubt, and the quest for identity. The classroom transformed as they imagined the Odyssey, the weight of Odysseus's choices pressing upon their own shoulders. They gasped and held their breath as they envisioned the siren's call, the challenge of the Cyclops, and the deep longing for home. The emotion was palpable, igniting a flame of inspiration that would burn long after the final bell rang. In that moment, the walls of the classroom faded away, and the boundaries of time and space blurred. They were living history, feeling the pulse of myths that had guided humanity for centuries. With every word, the teacher wove a spell, urging them to see the connections between past and present, between myth and reality, as they prepared to step into their own narratives. A transition that promised a deeper understanding of their own lives and of the world they were about to explore. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient stones of the Roman Empire. A chill ran through the air, whispering secrets of old gods and new faiths. As the fervor of change crackled like a burning fire, people gathered in hushed circles, their eyes wide with anticipation, fear, and hope. Would the strength of the old ways withstand the relentless tide of a new belief? The clash of ideas loomed, a tempest brewing in the hearts of a divided people. In the bustling streets of Rome, the air was thick with tension. The once vibrant temples dedicated to Jupiter and Venus stood silent, their altars draped in dust, as whispers of the Christ began to echo. Some believed fervently in the power of the ancient gods, their rituals woven into the fabric of life, while others felt the draw of the new faith, a promise of salvation that stirred their souls. The conflict was palpable, a brewing storm ready to unleash chaos. Among the throngs was a young woman named Lydia, with bright eyes that sparkled with rebellion. She had once been a devotee of Diana, the goddess of the hunt. Her days were filled with joyous festivals, the laughter of friends, and the warm glow of candlelight in the sacred groves. But now, she felt a tremor in her heart. The teachings of Jesus, a man who spoke of love, mercy, and redemption, began to seep into her thoughts, like morning light breaking through a darkened sky. Yet, with each passing day, the fear of persecution loomed larger. Could she turn her back on the goddess who had guided her through life? In secret meetings beneath the flickering lanterns, followers of Christianity shared their stories, their burdens, and their hopes. They spoke in hushed tones, glancing over their shoulders, for the watchful eyes of the empire were never far away. Roman soldiers, clad in armor that glinted ominously in the night, patrolled the streets, ready to silence any dissent. The price of belief was steep, and many had paid with their lives, their blood staining the very stones on which they stood. As the days passed, the tension escalated. Lydia felt her heart racing as she stood at the crossroads, torn between the call of the goddess and the new faith that promised something she had never known, the hope of eternal life. The pull was magnetic, a force that both terrified and exhilarated her. She often wandered to the old temple, brushing her fingers against the cool stone, her heart heavy with the weight of change. In one corner of the bustling marketplace, a fiery preacher named Marcus stood, his voice rising above the din. His words were like a battle cry, piercing through the doubts of many. "The old gods are but shadows," he proclaimed, his arms wide open like a welcoming embrace. "They cannot save you. Only Christ can offer you true salvation." The crowd swelled, faces painted with a mix of awe and anger. Some nodded fervently, while others shouted back, defending their cherished beliefs. Amidst the chaos, the cries of the faithful rang out, a primal urge to unify against the encroaching darkness. They gathered, holding the symbols of their faith close, clutching them tightly as if they were life rafts in a turbulent sea. In the shadows, Lydia felt the surge of something greater than herself, a call to action that resonated deep within her soul. But the night was not without its horrors. Roman officials, threatened by the rising tide of Christianity, cracked down mercilessly. The once friendly streets turned hostile, and the air thickened with the scent of fear. The prisons filled with those who dared to proclaim their faith. The chains clanked ominously, echoing the despair of the hopeless. Lydia's heart ached with each story she heard. The stakes were rising, and the battle lines were drawn. The old gods would not go quietly. One moonless night, Lydia made her way to a hidden meeting, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. The flickering glow of candles illuminated the faces around her, each etched with longing and sorrow. They prayed together, voices rising like a sweet melody, a stark contrast to the despair that had engulfed the city. In that moment, she felt the warmth of belonging, of unity fighting against the cold grip of despair. Together, they were stronger than any empire. Yet, even as they prayed for peace, the outside world erupted in fury. The night air was shattered by the sounds of chaos. Shouts of anger and the clashing of metal broke through the stillness. Roman soldiers, emboldened by their allegiance to the old ways, stormed through the streets, torches in hand, seeking to quell the insurrection of faith that threatened their power. The faithful scattered like leaves in the wind, hearts racing as they fled, but not all would escape. The first victim fell to the ground, the glow of the torchlight illuminating the blood that stained the cobblestones. Lydia, frozen in horror, felt the world tilt beneath her. She had never seen such violence, such raw brutality. It was a turning point, a moment when her resolve solidified. She was no longer just a bystander. She was caught in the whirlwind of history, a player in the grand tapestry of faith and conflict. As the soldiers pressed on, the cries of the innocent echoed in Lydia's ears. She felt the weight of the choice before her. Would she fight for the faith that had begun to bloom in her heart, or would she retreat to the safety of the old ways? The conflict within raged like a storm, each heartbeat a reminder that nothing would ever be the same. The world was changing, and she was standing at the precipice. Night after night, the battles erupted across the empire, each clash a testament to the struggle between the old and the new. The gods of old were not easily cast aside. Their followers fought fiercely to retain their traditions, their identities. The tension thickened, each confrontation a step toward a transformation that would shake the foundations of society. For every martyr who fell, a new follower was born, ignited by the flames of sacrifice and courage. In the shadows, Lydia found herself drawn to those who had lost everything yet still dared to believe. Their stories filled her with fire, and she began to understand that this was not merely about gods and faith. It was about the very essence of humanity, the quest for meaning, connection, and love. As she stood in the darkness, she felt the surge of something profound. The conflict was not just between two beliefs. It was a struggle for the soul of a people caught between the past and the promise of tomorrow. And so, the transition unfolded, a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair, faith and conflict. The old ways were not vanishing without a fight, and the new faith would have to weather the storm. The choices made in those tense moments would ripple through time, shaping the beliefs of generations yet unborn. As Lydia grasped her place in this fierce struggle, she realized that the heart of humanity beats strongest in the face of adversity. And somewhere, deep within her, the ember of change flickered, waiting to ignite into a fire that would light the way forward. The clash of metal echoed through the valleys of ancient Rome, a symphony of chaos and valor. Soldiers, fierce and resolute, marched under the watchful gaze of gods that seemed to loom larger than life. Each step they took was steeped in the weight of stories, legends that whispered through the ages, binding the men to a purpose far greater than themselves. It was not merely the promise of victory that propelled them forward. It was the very essence of their myths, woven intricately into the fabric of battle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, the soldiers felt the pulse of history thrumming in their veins. They wore armor not just for protection but as a shield against the fears that clawed at their hearts. To them, victory was not just a matter of swords and shields. It was a sacred pact with the gods who had walked among mortals before them. Every soldier could hear the echo of Mars, the god of war, urging them to fight with the ferocity of a lion. In the midst of the chaos, a young centurion named Lucius stood at the front line, sweat glistening on his brow. His mind raced with tales told by his father on cold winter nights, the stories of Aeneas and his fateful journey to found a new home. The courage of Aeneas, who faced gods and monsters alike, inspired Lucius to keep pushing forward, to conquer not only the enemy before him, but also the fears that threatened to drown him. He could feel the weight of his ancestors' ambitions resting heavily on his shoulders, a burden he carried with pride. The battlefield was alive with the clamor of men, the air thick with the scent of iron and destiny. Each clash of swords was a reminder of the struggle between fate and free will, a theme deeply woven into Roman mythology. The soldiers, embodying the spirits of heroes past, understood that they were not just fighting for glory, but for their very legacy. They were the living embodiment of the stories that had shaped their world, warriors of a narrative that transcended time itself. As they charged forward, Lucius caught a glimpse of a figure standing atop a hill, a woman radiant and fierce, her hair billowing like flames in the wind. It was Rumina, the goddess of nursing mothers, watching over her children with fierce pride. To Lucius, she wasn't just a deity. She was a promise, a reminder that their fight was for future generations, for the mothers who would cradle their newborns, instilling them with the same fiery spirit that coursed through his veins. She seemed to call out to him, urging him to honor that sacred bond. But amidst the roaring excitement, shadows lingered. As the battle raged on, the soldiers were haunted by the specter of defeat. They remembered the tale of the Sabine women, abducted and wed in the midst of war, reflecting the harshness of conquering and the intertwining of fate. The fear of loss was palpable, a gnawing dread that threatened to undermine their resolve. Each warrior felt the weight of their choices, the delicate balance between love and violence, unity and division. The tide of battle shifted as if the gods themselves played a game with their lives. Lucius, heart racing, charged forth with renewed vigor, spurred on by the thought of glory and the haunting tales of his heritage. He envisioned the statues of great emperors, their marble eyes watching over him, instilling courage with every heartbeat. The myths were alive. They pulsed through the air like a fever, swirling around him, igniting an unquenchable fire within. But as the sun broke through the thick clouds of war, illuminating the blood-soaked earth, Lucius faced a moment of truth. He could see a fallen enemy, a man who looked just like him, fearful yet resolute, caught in the web of destiny. In that instant, the stories of Romulus and Remus flooded his mind, twin brothers bound by blood, yet torn apart by ambition. Lucius hesitated, the weight of his decision bearing down on him like a collapsing sky. In the heart of battle, what did it mean to be a hero? Was it the glory of victory or the compassion for the fallen? The air crackled with tension as Lucius made his choice, fueled by the inspiration of the gods and the lessons of his ancestors. He fought fiercely, not just for survival, but to honor the stories that had shaped him, the myths that shaped Rome itself. With each swing of his sword, he became a part of something much larger, a tapestry of legends, woven together by the blood and sacrifice of countless warriors before him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the echoes of battle began to fade, leaving a haunting silence that enveloped the field. The soldiers, weary yet triumphant, looked around at the aftermath of their struggle. They had fought not only the enemy but the very essence of fear that dwelled within. In their hearts, they carried the myths of their people, stories of gods and heroes, legends that defied the passage of time. Yet the night was far from over. As they gathered to honor their fallen comrades, the flickering torches cast eerie shadows, revealing the intricate web of fate and mythology that bound them all. The air hummed with unspoken words, promises lingering on the edge of consciousness. And amid the quiet, the soldiers could feel the presence of their ancestors, whispering ancient wisdom, urging them to remember that with every victory comes a cost, a debt to be paid. As Lucius stood among his brothers in arms, He felt a deeper connection to the myths that had shaped him, the stories of triumph and tragedy that echoed through the ages. The weight of their legacy pressed down on him, a comforting yet heavy mantle. The battle might have ended, but the stories would continue, flowing through the lives of those who would come after. In that moment, he realized that their fight was not just about land or glory. It was about preserving the essence of Rome itself, a living myth that would echo through eternity. And as they prepared for the night ahead, the flickering flames seemed to dance, as if the gods themselves were watching and waiting, ready to tell the next chapter. Under the vast and star-studded sky of ancient times, the air crackled with whispered tales of gods and heroes. A young woman named Lyra stood on the edge of a cliff, her heart racing as she listened to the waves crashing below. The sea, alive with stories, called to her, weaving a tapestry of myth and reality that blurred the lines of what was possible. As she gazed out into the abyss, she felt the weight of her ancestors' dreams and fears pressing down on her. Their stories were not just echoes of the past. They were powerful forces shaping the present. In every corner of the world, myths breathed life into history. In Greece, the grandeur of the Olympians danced through the hearts of its people, their struggles mirroring the very real challenges faced by the city-states. Zeus, with his mighty lightning bolt, wasn't just a figment of imagination. He embodied the unpredictability of nature and the authority of leadership. When Athens forged its empire, the tales of Athena, born from the head of Zeus, inspired generations to seek wisdom and courage in the face of war. These myths, richly woven into the fabric of society, became the lens through which people viewed their reality, igniting passions that would shape nations. Across the ocean, in the lands of the Maya, the narrative took on a different hue. The Popol Vuh spoke of creation, of the struggle between light and darkness, a story that resonated deeply with the trials of survival. The hero twins, Hunahpu and Spelunk, faced gods and monsters, their journeys reflecting the resilience of the human spirit against overwhelming odds. As the Maya built their intricate cities, the echoes of these tales whispered through the stone, reminding them of their origins and the divine forces at play. Every temple stood not just as a monument, but as a testament to the power of myth in shaping their history. Meanwhile, in the vast deserts of the Middle East, the ancient tales of the Hebrew scriptures spun a narrative of hope and endurance. The story of the Exodus, where a band of enslaved people journeyed toward freedom led by Moses, became more than a historical event. It was a beacon for generations. These myths inspired revolutions, igniting flames of justice and defiance against oppression. The struggle against Pharaoh mirrored countless battles for freedom across centuries, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to dream of a better tomorrow. Even in the Nordic lands, the sagas of gods fighting giants captured the imaginations of warriors. Odin, the wise god, and Thor, the thunderer, were more than mere characters. They were embodiments of bravery and sacrifice. These stories were told around flickering fires, with voices rising in excitement, weaving a web of identity that connected the past to the present. As Viking ships set sail, the myths provided not only a sense of purpose but a narrative that justified their conquests. The clash of gods and giants became a metaphor for their own fierce struggles against the unknown. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, the foundations of myth and reality intertwined seamlessly. The legendary story of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers raised by a she-wolf, was not just a charming fable. It was a declaration of the city's strength and resilience. As the empire expanded, these myths provided a sense of unity, a shared identity among diverse peoples. They were not mere stories but blueprints for greatness, inspiring leaders to emerge and conquer lands, their hearts ignited by the tales of their legendary forebears. Yet, as the wheel of history turned, the power of myth did not wane. In the 19th century, as nations began to form, leaders harnessed the essence of these ancient tales to create new narratives. The Romantic movement surged forth, weaving folklore and legend into the very fabric of emerging national identities. The tales of Robin Hood and King Arthur became rallying cries for justice and noble ideals, capturing the hearts of a populace yearning for heroes. A single story could unite disparate voices, transforming them into a chorus demanding change and progress. Even the shadows of war painted new narratives. The trenches of World War I echoed with stories of bravery and sacrifice that transcended the grim reality of battle. Soldiers became modern-day heroes, their experiences becoming part of a grand mythos. The legend of the lost generation arose, transforming pain into artistry, influencing literature and culture in ways that would resound through the ages. The art of storytelling served as both a refuge and a weapon, crafting a narrative that connected the sorrow of loss with the hope for a brighter future. In the modern age, myths have evolved but never faded. They have become intertwined with popular culture, from comic book superheroes to cinematic sagas that captivate millions. With every blockbuster film, the essence of ancient tales pulses through the screen, igniting a collective imagination that knows no bounds. These stories, rooted in the very fabric of human experience, continue to resonate, reminding us of the power of belief and the strength found in shared narratives. As Lyra stood on that cliff, the stars above her seemed to shimmer brighter, each one a reminder of the countless lives intertwined with myths that shaped her world. She felt an undeniable connection to those who came before her, their stories echoing through time, guiding her in moments of doubt and fear. Just as their myths had carved out a destiny, she too was part of a larger narrative, connected to a lineage that transcended generations. These myths, whether of gods or heroes, oppressors or liberators, create a powerful alchemy, bending the threads of reality into something much greater. They become the stories that embolden the spirit, the narratives that challenge the status quo, and the whispers that inspire revolutions. In this dance of myth and reality, every voice, every heart, plays a role, ensuring that the stories never truly end, but rather flow seamlessly into the next chapter of existence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets of ancient Rome, the air hummed with anticipation. The echoes of a bustling city filled with laughter, cries, and the clanking of metal were laced with a darker undercurrent. Among the proud columns and majestic temples, a group of men in crisp togas moved with purpose, their eyes scanning the crowd for a very different sort of figure, one whose existence was shrouded in chains, both visible and invisible. In the shadows, where sunlight barely touched, were the slaves. People torn from their homes, their identities stripped away, treated as mere tools in a grand design. They carried the weight of their master's ambitions on their backs, but more than their physical labor, they bore a legacy of myth and societal expectations that shaped their very existence. The Romans, with their pantheon of gods, infused every aspect of life, including slavery, with stories of power, morality, and divine will. Consider the tale of Hercules, a figure revered for his strength and deeds. He became the symbol of the ideal Roman citizen, celebrated for his bravery and valor. Yet those stories often overlooked the darker undertones buried within the myths. Just as Hercules had to endure labors set forth by fate and gods, so too did countless individuals endure the backbreaking labor of servitude, shackled by an unyielding society that drew lines between the free and the enslaved. The lessons of mythology seeped into the consciousness of Roman society, where every whispered story of gods and heroes echoed with a painful reminder of their own insignificance. Among those enslaved was a young woman named Livia, who had once danced in the sunlit fields of her homeland, her laughter ringing like a sweet melody. Captured in a raid, she was brought to Rome, stripped of her name and her past, now merely the slave. Each day, Livia toiled in the kitchen of a wealthy patrician family, her spirit dulled but not extinguished. As she stirred pots over the fire, the myths of the gods whispered to her, tales of resilience and redemption. She clung to those stories, allowing them to kindle a flame of hope within her heart. In the grand halls of power, men like Marcus, a senator, reveled in their status. Yet even he felt the weight of the same myths that elevated him above others. He was taught that his wealth and power were divine rewards, a sign from the gods of his superiority. But deep within, he sensed a disquiet, a gnawing awareness that the very foundations of his status rested upon the suffering of others. The gods he admired were not just figures of glory, they were also bearers of judgment, and he felt their gaze upon him. Rome's social hierarchy was a rigid ladder with the patricians at the top and slaves at the bottom. Yet intertwined with these ranks was a complex tapestry woven from myth. The Romans believed that their society mirrored divine order, where each person had a place dictated by fate. Slavery was often justified through these stories, as myths framed the enslaved as inherently less deserving of freedom, marked by the will of the gods. The tales of Prometheus, who had defied the gods to bring fire to humanity, served as both a warning and inspiration. The daring of one could bring suffering to many, and like Prometheus, the consequences of rebellion loomed large in the minds of the oppressed. On stormy nights, when thunder rumbled and raindrops pelted the stone walls, Livia would gather her fellow slaves, sharing the myths she had learned. Her voice rose above the storm, weaving tales of gods who had risen from the ashes, of mortals who had defied the odds, and of heroes who had fought for freedom. With each story, she ignited a spark of defiance in her companions, transforming their despair into dreams. In the flickering light of the fire, they felt the warmth of hope, even as the chill of their reality pressed against them. Yet fear lurked in the corners of their minds. The myth of the slave rebellion, the tale of Spartacus, the gladiator who had dared to lead an uprising, reminded them of the risks that came with hope. Many had been crushed underfoot, their struggles rendered meaningless in the face of power. The gods, in their cruel indifference, seemed to laugh at those who dared challenge the status quo. It was a dangerous game, balancing the weight of their dreams against the heavy chains of their existence. In the Senate, Marcus faced a growing unease. Whispers of rebellion stirred the air, and he felt the tension like a coiled spring. The very myths that had elevated him now haunted his thoughts. He recalled the story of the Trojan War, where even the mightiest fell to the cunning of the weaker. The gods had played their games, their loyalties shifting like the wind. Would they favor him or forsake him when the time of reckoning came? As Livia's tales spread among the slaves, the air was thick with unspoken promises, a brewing storm of resistance. Fueled by the mythology rooted in their minds, they began to believe in the possibility of breaking free. They saw themselves as demigods in their own right, champions of their stories, ready to carve out their destinies against the divine script written by others. The tension in the air crackled like the impending storm, a palpable energy that could not be ignored. And so, the myths of old, those tales of glory and despair, of gods and mortals, came to life in the streets of Rome. They painted a picture of a society on the brink, one where the line between power and suffering blurred, where the weight of mythology intertwined with the raw, beating heart of humanity. The gods, in their indifference, watched as the tapestry of fate began to unravel, threads of rebellion woven into the fabric of Roman life. The stage was set, and the actors, both free and enslaved, were ready to play their parts, unaware of how the next chapter of their lives would unfold in the shadows cast by their ancestors' stories. In the dim light of an ancient temple, shadows danced along the walls, whispering stories of gods and heroes long forgotten. The air was thick with incense, a sweet smoke that curled like the tendrils of time itself. Here, beneath the vaulted ceilings adorned with symbols of countless faiths, an unseen force pulled together the threads of disparate beliefs, weaving a tapestry rich in color and emotion. Across deserts and through dense forests, the heartbeats of many cultures pulsed in unison. In Egypt, where the sun rose fierce and hot, the people worshipped Ra, the sun god, whose golden rays were thought to bring life and warmth. Yet, as traders and travelers moved along the Silk Road, the stories of Buddhas and bodhisattvas whispered across the sands, melding with the prayers of ancient Egyptians. The once clear lines began to blur, as the sun's rays intertwined with the tranquil teachings of enlightenment, fusing spirituality into a singular, vibrant experience. In the highlands of Peru, the Incas revered Inti, the sun god who watched over their harvests and guided their lives. But as ships laden with goods set sail across the Atlantic, the arrival of Spanish colonizers disrupted the sacred rhythm of the Andes. They brought with them the story of Christ, a narrative of sacrifice and redemption that resonated deeply with the indigenous beliefs of the Andean people. Villages transformed, merging the sun worship of the Incas with the teachings of the cross, creating a faith that sparkled with the brilliance of both traditions. Churches rose amidst stone ruins, adorned with images of saints dressed in the vibrant colors of the Andes, a breathtaking testament to a new spiritual harmony. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a soft light illuminated the shores of the Caribbean, where the rhythms of African drums echoed through the air. Enslaved people carried their beliefs across the ocean, each drumbeat a pulse of hope and memory. They brought their gods, revered ancestors, and vibrant stories woven into the fabric of their lives. In the face of oppression, they merged their traditions with the Catholicism of their captors. The rich pantheon of Orishas took on new forms, adopting saints who wore the faces of their deities. The air swelled with energy as the dance of faith took shape, an intoxicating blend of spirit and resistance, an invocation of identity that rang clear and strong. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, the echoes of the past met the philosophies of the present. As diverse cultures mingled within the empire, gods from the far reaches of the known world found their way into the hearts of the people. Mithras, the Persian god of light, drew followers who found solace in his mysteries. Yet, the stories of Jesus Christ were whispered in the dark, filling the hearts of the weary with hope. These conflicting ideologies did not clash. Instead, they embraced one another, forming a complex network of beliefs that expanded in the shadows and illuminated the night. The Mesoamerican civilizations painted their stories on the walls of grand temples, where gods of rain and maize stood tall. Yet, the arrival of European explorers cast a long shadow. The reverence for Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, blended with the tales of the Virgin of Guadalupe, who appeared as a comforting figure wrapped in the colors of their ancestors. In a moment of miraculous synergy, the sacred and the new intertwined, creating a faith that was both ancient and revolutionary, a vibrant expression of resilience in the face of colonization. In Japan, Shinto shrines sat nestled among cherry blossoms, their simplicity a reflection of nature's beauty. Yet, the arrival of Buddhism brought with it a wave of new teachings, flooding the land with ideas of enlightenment and tranquility. The two faiths did not merely coexist. They became a single stream, flowing together in harmony. Festivals became a grand celebration of both spirits, where Shinto priests and Buddhist monks danced together, creating a joyous cacophony of color, sound, and ritual. On the banks of the Ganges in India, the river flowed like a living entity, cradling the hopes and prayers of millions. Hindu beliefs, rich with deities and epic tales, encountered the teachings of Sikhism, a faith born from the desire to unite the divine within all people. In this sacred space, the two faiths intertwined, creating a mosaic of spirituality that celebrated both the individual and the collective. The power of religious syncretism thrived in the hearts of those searching for meaning. It was not merely a blend of rituals and beliefs. It was a living testament to humanity's unwavering quest for connection and understanding. Each culture added its own brushstroke to the canvas of faith, creating a masterpiece that resonated with the universal truths of love, sacrifice, and hope. Around the globe, women gathered to share wisdom, passing down stories from generation to generation. They infused their rituals with elements from various traditions. Incense wafted into the air, herbs were burned, and songs of gratitude rose like birds taking flight. Each gathering was a celebration of unity, a reminder that despite their different paths, they were all seeking the same divine light. As night fell, the stars blinked into existence, each one a beacon of stories untold. The blend of myths and cultures spiraled into the cosmos, echoing the truth that faith is not static. It is alive, breathing, and ever-changing. Each heart carried the weight of its ancestors, while also embracing the new. And so, the cycle continued, an eternal interplay of belief and expression, where the sacred and the mundane danced together in a rhythm that could be felt in every heartbeat, every whispered prayer, a harmony that transcended time and space. With hearts intertwined, the tapestry of human experience stretched forth, pulling on the threads of the past, weaving them into the fabric of tomorrow. A beautiful chaos unfolded, where the stories of gods and mortals mingled, creating a legacy that was rich, complex, and profoundly beautiful. As the world turned, this sacred dance would go on, inviting all to participate in the symphony of existence, where every note, every voice, mattered, resonating through the ages. In the dying light of a Roman sunset, the city sprawled beneath a blood-red sky, echoing with the whispers of 1,000 stories. The air pulsed with the energy of a people who had crafted an identity so powerful that it echoed through history. The myth of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers suckled by a she-wolf, was more than just a tale. It was a heartbeat, a foundational pulse that resonated in the souls of all who claimed the name of Rome. It was a reminder of their rugged beginnings, a gritty tale of survival that spoke to the courage and resilience of the Roman spirit. As dusk settled, fires flickered to life in the bustling forum, where merchants bartered and soldiers paraded, shoulders squared and heads held high. Each citizen clung to the collective stories passed down through generations, weaving a narrative of glory, valor, and sacrifice. The tales of great figures like Julius Caesar and Augustus weren't just historical accounts. They were legends that stirred the blood and inspired dreams of conquest and greatness. Each name invoked an emotion: the thrill of victory, the sting of loss, the undying hope of a city destined for greatness. Yet, in these myths lay darker shadows too, stories that warned of hubris and the fickleness of fate. The tale of Tarquin the Proud, the last king of Rome, served as a cautionary whisper, reminding the people that power could corrupt even the most noble of hearts. It illustrated the delicate balance of their collective identity, forged in the fires of triumph and tempered by the scars of betrayal. The citizens knew that their strength came not just from victory, but from the lessons learned through their failures, ensuring that they would rise anew, time and again. In every corner of the city, there were echoes of these stories. From the grand temples that scraped the sky, dedicated to gods and goddesses like Jupiter and Venus, to the humble homes that harbored dreams of a better tomorrow, the myths of Rome were palpable. Even as they toiled in fields or crafted goods, the people forged an identity that was proudly Roman. They were a mosaic of cultures, drawn from the far reaches of their empire, yet united by the same tales that stirred their passions and dreams. Tension crackled in the air as the Senate convened. Senators clad in togas debated fiercely, their voices rising like thunderclaps in a storm. They were the guardians of Rome's identity, wielding the power to shape its destiny. Each decision they made echoed the myths, reflecting the struggle between tradition and progress, unity and division. The stories of past heroes guided them, yet the echoes of dissent reminded them of the dangers that lurked when voices were silenced. As the council settled into a tense silence, the ghost of a young soldier named Publius seemed to float among them. He had once charged into battle with fierce pride, his heart beating in sync with the tales of glory that filled the taverns at night. Publius had fallen in the heat of war, his blood mingling with the soil of distant lands. His name would live on in the hearts of his comrades, a symbol of sacrifice and dedication. A reminder that the myths of Rome were not just tales of grandeur, but of the lives sacrificed in the pursuit of an eternal legacy. The thrill of battle was intoxicating, the promise of glory a siren's call. Soldiers in the legions, each with a dream kindled by the myths of their ancestors, marched with purpose. They were the embodiment of Rome itself, fierce and unyielding. The clash of swords and the cries of triumph rang out as they faced enemies in distant lands, their valor a testament to the identity built on centuries of stories. Each victory added to the tapestry of their shared narrative, weaving a binding thread between past and present. Amidst the fervor, the stories of women often went unheard, yet they played a crucial role in the mythos of Rome. Matrons, like the revered Lucretia, embodied the very essence of virtue and sacrifice. Her tragic tale sparked outrage and rebellion, igniting the flames that would forever change the course of Roman history. It was a powerful reminder that the identity of Rome was not one-dimensional. It was a complex tapestry, woven with threads of every citizen whose heart beat in time with the pulse of their city. In the shadows of the grand monuments, where the whispers of the past lingered, the myths of the Roman people took on a life of their own. They danced in the flickering torchlight, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who listened. The power of these narratives instilled courage in the fearful and hope in the hopeless. The Roman identity was not just a collection of stories. It was a living, breathing force that bound the people together. As night cloaked the city in darkness, the myths of Rome shone brighter than any star, illuminating the path ahead. Citizens gathered, sharing tales of great heroes and unsung heroines, voices rising in a chorus that echoed through the ages. The stories of their ancestors filled the air, a haunting melody that stirred deep emotions, leaving them breathless and yearning for more. With each recounting, with every tear shed for the fallen and every laugh for the triumphant, the collective identity of Rome was strengthened. They were not merely individuals. They were part of something greater, a grand narrative that transcended time. The tapestry of myths was alive, vibrant, and full of tension, ready to unfold into the next chapter of their shared existence. In the midst of it all, a flicker of doubt lingered in the hearts of some. As they faced new challenges, the question loomed: could they protect the very identity they had built? The answer lay within the myths, echoing in their minds, a reminder that in unity, there was strength, and in stories, there was power. The night deepened, but the flames of their collective identity burned ever brighter. The myths of the Roman people were not just tales of the past. They were the very essence of their present and a beacon guiding them into an uncertain future. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows across the stone walls of ancient temples, illuminating the faces of gods and goddesses, their expressions frozen in time. Roman mythology is not just a series of stories. It is a powerful tapestry woven with threads of triumph, despair, ambition, and passion, where the roles of women often challenge the very fabric of power. In the whispers of history, the women of Rome emerged not merely as muses or passive figures, but as formidable forces shaping the destinies of gods and mortals alike. Consider the fierce and unyielding figure of Venus, the goddess of love and war. Her beauty captivated men, but it was her cunning that brought empires to their knees. Stories tell of how she manipulated even the most powerful, weaving desires into the hearts of those who underestimated her. The myth of the Trojan War, ignited by her promise to Paris, showcases not just her allure but her capacity for instigation. She was no mere bystander. She was the catalyst of chaos, a potent reminder that beauty and power can intertwine, creating a force that could topple kingdoms. Then there was Lucretia, a woman whose tragic tale echoed through the ages. Renowned for her virtue, her life became a battleground for honor and revenge. The moment she became a victim of tyranny, her story transformed from silence to a roaring tide of rebellion. In her death, she sparked the flames of revolution, her blood symbolizing the end of kingship in Rome. Lucretia's narrative is imbued with the weight of sacrifice, instilling a sense of urgency that reverberates through the hearts of those who hear it. With every retelling, her tale unearths the raw emotions of despair and the unquenchable thirst for justice. In stark contrast, the cunning and fierce Medea, who weaves her own tale across Greek and Roman lines, showcases the darker aspects of femininity. A sorceress of unmatched skill, she is both a protector and a destroyer. Infatuated with Jason, she sacrificed everything for love, only to be betrayed. The fierce rage ignited within her is palpable, a tempest of emotions that could consume anyone in its path. In her hands, magic becomes both a gift and a weapon. The depth of her character reflects the duality of women in mythology, capable of nurturing love and delivering destruction with equal fervor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows lengthened, reflecting the complexity of the Roman goddesses. Take Minerva, for instance. Born from the head of Jupiter, she embodies wisdom and strategic warfare, a blend of intellect and martial prowess. Unlike Venus, who uses her charm, Minerva relies on her mind, proving that power comes in various forms. Yet, even she is not untouched by the gendered dynamics of her world. Despite her position as a goddess, she must still navigate the patriarchal realms of the gods, reinforcing the struggle for women to assert their power even in exalted forms. The tension between her role as a warrior goddess and a woman in a male-dominated pantheon creates a riveting narrative, full of conflict and resolution. In every corner of Roman mythology, powerful women stood at the edges of societal expectations. Dido, the queen of Carthage, fell in love with Aeneas, only to be abandoned for destiny's call. Her heartache transcended mere disappointment. It transformed into a furious resolve as she took control of her own narrative. In her refusal to be a victim, she became a tragic hero, challenging the expectations placed upon her. The flames of her pyre burned bright, embodying a passionate rebellion against a world that sought to define her. The narratives intertwine like vines, each woman leaving an indelible mark on the stories that shaped Rome. The myth of Proserpina and her descent into the underworld demonstrates the complex relationship between life and death, love and loss. Her abduction by Pluto symbolizes not just the loss of innocence but the cyclical nature of life. The story evokes a sense of longing, a poignant reminder of the sacrifices women make and the resilience required to navigate the realms they inhabit. As these tales unfold, the air thickens with emotion, leaving an imprint on every listener. The power dynamics shift like the tides, revealing an intricate dance between male and female deities. The women who populate these myths are not merely passive figures. They are active participants, wielding influence that ripples through time. Each story reveals layers of complexity, binding them together in a rich historical narrative that continues to captivate audiences. Through these tales, the essence of womanhood, with its strengths and vulnerabilities, emerges vividly. The rawness of their emotions and the intensity of their experiences resonate deeply, creating a palpable tension that is impossible to ignore. The echoes of laughter, cries, and whispers weave together, reminding us that the mythology of Rome is as much about power as it is about the human experience. In this intricate web of narratives, the tales of women are far from finished. They beckon for exploration, inviting fresh perspectives and interpretations. The stories linger like the sweet scent of blooming flowers in the air, full of promise and potential. The stage is set, and the characters await their moment, ready to reveal their truths. Each thread of their story is woven with anticipation, hinting at the depth of what lies ahead, and the questions that remain unanswered linger tantalizingly. In the flickering glow of a campfire, stories danced through the air, weaving lives together like strands of a single thread. Around the flames, faces glowed with anticipation, each eager for the next tale of adventure that would shape their understanding of the world. These narratives, rich with dreams and heartbreak, comforted the weary and stirred the restless. They knew, even then, that stories had the power to ignite movements, to inspire. Stories were the lifeblood of migration. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the rugged landscapes, one could almost hear the whispers of countless generations echoing through the valleys. In the shifting sands of history, families had packed their hopes and fears into carts, their eyes set on distant horizons. They carried with them not just belongings, but legends crafted from their ancestors' bravery. Each migration was a chapter waiting to be written, filled with the weight of aspiration and the burden of uncertainty. Consider the tale of the Irish during the Great Famine. As the potato blight ravaged their crops, families clung to the stories that had been passed down, legends of a land promising opportunity. They imagined the streets of America, paved with gold and brimming with the laughter of children. Each vessel crossing the turbulent Atlantic was a fragile lifeline, a vessel not just of physical bodies but of dreams and hopes. When the ship's bell tolled, it was not just a sound. It was a heartbeat, pulsing with the collective longings of those who dared to leap into the unknown. The resilience of the human spirit shone brightest in these moments. The stories told on the ships were not solely about their struggles. They were also filled with laughter and camaraderie. Shared meals of hardtack and salt pork became feasts when accompanied by tales of home, their voices rising above the crashing waves. They sang of green hills and family gatherings, reminding themselves that even the darkest times could be brightened by the warmth of cherished memories. In the face of despair, the stories of migration became lifelines. They were the bridges that connected people across oceans, transforming the fear of the unknown into the thrill of adventure. The pioneers of the American West shared tales of boundless plains and shimmering mountains, igniting the imaginations of those who yearned for a new start. As they forged their paths through uncharted territories, they carried with them the essence of their cultures, blending them into a tapestry that enriched the national identity. But not all stories glimmered with hope. The narratives of those who were forced to migrate, such as enslaved peoples, painted a picture of pain and struggle. The harrowing journey across the Middle Passage was filled with anguish. Yet, even in the depths of suffering, stories became a refuge. In whispered songs and coded messages, they found ways to preserve their identities, passing down tales of resilience and strength that would echo through generations. Each story became a silent rebellion, a testament to their humanity in a world that sought to erase them. As nations expanded, the air thickened with competing tales, each vying for a place in the collective consciousness. The stories of indigenous peoples clashed with those of settlers, each side claiming the land, each side weaving myths of origin that anchored them to the soil. Battles were fought not just with weapons but with words, narratives shaping how people viewed themselves and others. In this landscape of stories, the migration of ideas flourished as much as the migration of people, leading to the birth of new myths that would propel nations forward. The allure of migration was often romanticized, a siren song luring countless souls to leave behind everything familiar. The narrative of the American dream, with its promise of prosperity and freedom, was a powerful thread woven through the fabric of society. It was a story that wrapped around the hearts of immigrants, pushing them to brave treacherous waters and rocky roads. Every new arrival added a vibrant hue to the evolving tapestry of the nation, each contributing to a story larger than themselves. Yet, under the surface, questions simmered. What happens to the stories left behind? What of the cultures that struggled to transplant themselves in foreign soils? These narratives, often forgotten or overshadowed, held the memories of those who had endured the hardships of migration. The flavor of lives lived in resilience. The struggle for acceptance, the quest for a voice in a cacophony of competing myths. This was another layer of the migration story, one that demanded recognition. In the crowded streets of cities like New York and Chicago, the mingling of accents and languages created a symphony of human experience. Each person brought their own story, their own reasons for leaving, and they transformed the urban landscape into a living archive of migration. The tales of hardship, triumph, and everything in between became the threads that stitched together a broader national narrative. In cafes, markets, and homes, these stories spilled over, creating connections that defied boundaries and revealed the rich complexity of human existence. The landscape of migration was not linear. It was a labyrinth filled with unexpected twists and turns. In moments of reflection, one could see how narratives shaped perceptions, leading to both unity and division. The myths of migration, crafted through years of storytelling, influenced policies and public opinion, often overshadowing individual experiences with broad strokes of generalization. The tension between the mythic ideal and the harsh reality of migration echoed through the lives of many, a reminder that the power of stories can both uplift and confine. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the stories continued to unfold, each one building upon the last. The laughter, the tears, the shared silence. These were the threads that connected past to present, weaving a rich tapestry of human experience. In the shadows, the promise of new tales lingered, waiting for the next adventurer to take the leap, to carry forth the hope and heartache that had been passed down through generations. The air was thick with anticipation as another story began to emerge, one that would carry the weight of history into the future. The stories of migration were far from over. They would continue to evolve, transform, and inspire, like the very people who lived them. Each narrative was a reminder that migration was not merely about movement. It was about the relentless human pursuit of a better life, a quest for belonging that would echo through the ages. Amid the echoes of clashing swords and the cries of warriors, an ancient city stood proud, its walls thick with the weight of countless stories. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays over the stony streets of Rome, where citizens bustled about, oblivious to the shadows creeping closer. Beyond the Tiber River, whispers of impending doom slithered through the air. As foreign tribes sharpened their weapons, eager to test the strength of the mighty empire. In the heart of Rome, the Senate convened, a gathering of men clad in togas, their faces etched with concern. The air thickened with tension as they spoke of threats that loomed like dark clouds on the horizon. Yet, amidst the anxiety, a flicker of hope ignited, a potent weapon forged not from iron, but from the very fabric of their culture, myth. Myths told tales of gods and heroes, of epic battles won and lost, of a people united by shared beliefs and unwavering spirit. These stories, passed down through generations, were the threads that wove the fabric of Roman identity. As the senators debated strategy, their voices rose and fell like the tides, each man desperate to find a way to rally the citizens. They understood that fear could break a city, but a shared story could bind it together. They turned to the tales of Romulus and Remus, the twin brothers raised by a she-wolf, who became the founders of Rome. The myth of their struggle was more than just a story. It was a lifeline, an emblem of resilience. With every retelling, the citizens found strength in the belief that they too could rise against adversity. On the streets, the influence of myth seeped into the hearts of everyday people. Merchants and craftsmen, soldiers and scholars, all felt an electric charge in the air, a sense of purpose ignited by tales of their forebears. The whispers of the impending threats transformed into a chorus of determination, echoing off the cobbled stones. The citizens recalled the valor of their ancestors who faced down the Gauls and the bravado of those who had stood against Hannibal's elephants. In each story, they saw a reflection of themselves, a reminder that they were part of something greater. As night fell, lanterns flickered to life, casting dancing shadows on the walls of the forum. Families gathered around fires, sharing stories that warmed their hearts against the chill of uncertainty. A young girl clutched her mother's hand, her wide eyes shimmering with wonder as her mother recounted the story of Aeneas, the hero who fled the burning city of Troy to seek a new home. The tale was one of perseverance, of a journey fraught with trials, yet it culminated in triumph. Aeneas became a symbol of hope, and the girl felt a swell of pride, a bond of unity with her fellow Romans that transcended the fear of foreign threats. But the tension was palpable, thickening like the dark clouds gathering above. Outside the city, war drums beat, a relentless rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of a nation poised on the brink of battle. The legions, hardened by years of training, stood ready, their faces steeled in determination. They were the guardians of Rome, fueled not just by discipline but by the stories that had shaped them. Each soldier carried the weight of myth on his shoulders. The tale of Horatius at the bridge, who bravely held off an army to protect his homeland, inspired them to be defenders of their own. In the barracks, amid the clang of swords and the rustle of armor, the soldiers recited their histories. Their voices rose in unison, a powerful hymn of loyalty that resonated through the ranks. They were not merely warriors. They were the embodiment of Rome's legacy, defenders of a dream woven from myth and valor. The legends were not just stories. They were commandments, urging the men to fight not for glory alone but for the very soul of their city. As dawn broke, the horizon illuminated the battlefield, revealing the encroaching enemy. The air crackled with the pungent smell of anticipation and fear. Yet, amidst the chaos, the Romans stood together, their hearts ignited by the myths that had brought them to this moment. The stories of heroes surged through their veins, transforming mere men into legends in the making. In that fraught silence before the storm of battle, a soldier, with sweat beading on his brow, whispered a prayer to Mars, the god of war. He invoked the tales of the past, of victories that were hard-won, of sacrifices that had forged their identity. The myths served as a shield, offering protection against despair and doubt. They were a reminder that the foundation of Rome was built not solely on conquests, but on the unity of its people, bound together by shared tales of courage and sacrifice. As the clash of steel erupted and the battlefield erupted into chaos, each soldier fought not just for his life, but for the countless stories that echoed through time, tales of bravery that would inspire future generations. The Roman response to external threats lay not just in the might of their legions, but in the beating heart of their myths, a force that transcended time, uniting a people under the banner of shared history. With every swing of their swords, they became part of a narrative larger than themselves, a saga that would never truly end. In the thick of battle, as the clash of swords rang out and the cries of warriors filled the air, the echoes of their myths surged through the chaos. There, on the battlefield, the lines between past and present blurred, as the spirit of Aeneas and Horatius intertwined with the resolve of the soldiers fighting fiercely for their city, their stories interwoven forever in the tapestry of Rome's enduring legacy. The sun dipped low over the ancient city of Rome, casting long shadows that danced along the cobbled streets. Temples once brimming with life stood eerily silent, their pediments adorned with crumbling statues of gods whose names had become whispers, fading memories of a vibrant past. In the flickering light of oil lamps, the last vestiges of Roman mythology clung desperately to life, but the winds of change howled louder with each passing day. In the bustling forum, a crowd gathered, faces illuminated by the flickering flames of torches. People spoke in hushed tones, their fear palpable. The empire that had once been a mosaic of deities, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and countless others, now found itself standing at a precipice. Those who once donned wreaths of laurel in honor of the gods felt a tremor beneath their feet, as new beliefs sought to carve a place in their hearts. The air crackled with tension as whispers of a new faith began to weave through the fabric of Roman society, challenging the very core of their identity. Among the crowd stood Marcus, a seasoned priest of Jupiter, his heart heavy with dread. The once proud temples he had served were now echoing with the voices of the faithful who had turned to the teachings of a man named Christ. The tales of resurrection and redemption seeped into the cracks of Roman life, drawing people away from the steadfast gods of their ancestors. Marcus felt the familiar weight of ritual, the comforting chants of old, slipping away from him like sand through his fingers. Each prayer uttered felt like a desperate plea against a tide he could no longer hold back. As night embraced the city, a gathering of Christians met in secret, hidden from the eyes of the Roman guards who patrolled the streets. Their voices rose in a fervent harmony, a stark contrast to the static silence encasing the worshippers of old. Their faith burned bright, illuminating the darkest corners of the empire, promising a path of hope and salvation. Their words were filled with warmth, a fire that could not be extinguished. They spoke of love, forgiveness, and a kingdom not of this earth, and with each shared story, they beckoned others to join them in their defiance against the dying light of Roman mythology. Meanwhile, the elite of Rome, cloaked in their finery, gathered in opulent villas, their laughter echoing off marble columns. But beneath the surface, a chill settled in their bones. They could sense the shift, the ground moving beneath the weight of their privilege, and they desperately clung to the old ways. Senators and patricians held meetings, their brows furrowed in concern. How could they maintain control when the very foundation of their society was at risk? They turned to the gods, offering sacrifices to restore favor, hoping to rekindle the flames of devotion in the hearts of the people. But the gods remained silent, watching as the tide turned. The statues, once gleaming symbols of power and reverence, began to show signs of wear. Birds nested within the hollow eyes of Jupiter, and vines crept up the marble limbs of Venus, as if nature itself sought to reclaim what was lost. The altars that once overflowed with offerings now stood bare, gathering dust in the shadow of burgeoning crosses. In the streets, the tension mounted. Riots broke out between the traditionalists and the followers of Christ. Fists flew, and hatred boiled over as each side fought for its beliefs. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, and the cries of the wounded rang out like haunting echoes. Families were torn apart as children chose sides, drawn to the warmth of the new faith or the cold steel of ancient tradition. The fabric of society began to fray, pulling apart at the seams, and Marcus found himself caught in the middle. Torn between the duty he felt to the old gods and an undeniable sense that the world was shifting. The Church of Christ grew louder, its message reaching the ears of the common folk who yearned for something more than the empty promises of marble statues. They began to see in each other not just faces of rivals, but as brothers and sisters united by the same yearning for purpose. They gathered not in fear but in unwavering faith, lighting candles in darkened rooms, a soft glow against the encroaching night. Marcus wandered through the desolate temples, his heart aching with loss. The offerings he once brought to the altar felt hollow now, mere echoes of a time when the gods walked among men. He knelt before the statue of Jupiter, the weight of centuries pressing down on him. A single tear slipped down his cheek. He longed for a sign, for reassurance that his devotion still mattered. But the gods remained silent, leaving him with nothing but the emptiness of stone. As the moon ascended, illuminating the city with a ghostly light, Marcus felt the pull of something different. He watched as the Christians emerged from their hiding places, faces aglow with hope and belief. They sang songs of joy and told tales of miracles that made the impossible seem possible. The words of their teachings wrapped around him like a warm embrace, igniting a flicker of curiosity within his heart. Could it be that what he had been clinging to was no longer enough? The struggle within him grew, a tempest of doubt and longing, as the shadows of the past collided with the bright light of a new dawn. The old ways began to crumble under the weight of new ideals, and he sensed that his own beliefs were shifting like sand beneath his feet. In the chaos of the city, he felt a magnetic pull towards something greater than himself, something that promised not only salvation but a sense of belonging that he had never truly known. And so, the stage was set for a transformation that would ripple through the ages, as the decline of Roman mythology gave way to a new era, one filled with conflict, passion, and an unyielding search for truth. A world in transition, where the old gods were fading, but the new faith blazed like a beacon, drawing in those who dared to believe, who dared to hope. The shadow of the past loomed large, but the promise of a new beginning shimmered just beyond the horizon, an invitation to step into the unknown. The tension hung in the air, electric, palpable, as history held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit room, an ancient scroll lay unfurled on a wooden table. Its edges were frayed, and the ink had faded, yet the words still seemed to pulse with life, echoing the voices of a civilization long past. The stories within those pages were not just tales of gods and heroes. They were the very essence of a culture that wove together the fabric of existence itself. Roman mythology, with its pantheon of divine beings and epic sagas, held a power that transcended time, reaching far into the hearts and minds of future generations. As the world shifted and changed, the echoes of these myths reverberated through the ages, finding new homes in the art, literature, and beliefs of cultures that followed. The Romans understood the importance of storytelling, and their myths became a lens through which they viewed their world. Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Venus, the goddess of love, became symbols not just for worship, but for the very emotions that stirred within every human heart. Every tale told of their adventures and misadventures, from love to betrayal, resonated with the trials and tribulations of the people who came after them. In the Renaissance, a revival of interest in these ancient tales ignited a creative flame that would change the course of history. Artists like Botticelli and Michelangelo turned to Roman mythology for inspiration, breathing new life into characters such as Narcissus and Apollo. Their brushstrokes captured not just the forms of the gods, but the very essence of human experience: beauty, longing, and the eternal search for meaning. The marble statues that adorned the streets of Florence whispered secrets of the past to those who gazed upon them, reminding the onlookers of their own struggles and aspirations. But the impact of Roman mythology did not stop at art. It seeped into the writings of poets and playwrights, with Shakespeare deftly weaving mythological references into his plays. The characters of Roman lore danced across his pages, their stories intertwining with those of his own creations. The tragic love of Pyramus and Thisbe echoed in the hearts of countless lovers, while the wisdom of Neptune informed the thoughts of sailors braving the tempestuous seas. Through the quill of a single writer, the spirit of Rome surged forth, igniting imaginations and fostering connections across vast distances and disparate cultures. As time marched on, the remnants of Roman mythology found new life in the burgeoning fields of science and philosophy. The Renaissance thinkers, inspired by the ancients, sought to understand the world in ways that intertwined the rational with the divine. The myths provided metaphors that shaped their theories, their explorations of human nature, and their quest for knowledge. The stories of transformation, like that of Daphne turning into a laurel tree to escape Apollo, served as a profound reminder of the complexities of existence. The allure of these ancient tales was not confined to the Western world. In distant lands, where the sun rose on different cultures, the myths of Rome intermingled with local traditions, creating a tapestry of beliefs that embraced both the old and the new. The gods of Olympus found their way into indigenous stories, their traits echoing in the spirits that guided the lives of those who lived far from the Mediterranean shores. In Asia, for example, the themes of love and sacrifice woven through Roman narratives resonated with the tales of local heroes, leading to a rich exchange of ideas that shaped identities and influenced art across vast landscapes. In the 19th century, the Romantic movement exploded with a fervor of imagination, pulling from the depths of myth to fuel its artistic expressions. Poets and novelists embraced the grandeur of Roman mythology, weaving tales that sparked passion and contemplation. The very essence of longing, desire, and the quest for truth coursed through the lines of their works, as if the ancients themselves whispered these stories into the minds of the inspired. The brooding presence of Mars, the god of war, became a symbol of conflict in human nature, while the enchanting allure of Venus inspired countless love stories that would endure for centuries. These stories also found a new dimension in the realm of psychology. Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung looked to the myths of the ancients to understand the human psyche. They saw the archetypes of Roman gods and heroes as reflections of our innermost selves, revealing our fears, desires, and ambitions. The myth of Hercules, with his trials and triumphs, became a metaphor for the struggles every person faces. The weight of expectations, the fight against inner demons. These were threads that connected the past with the present, allowing individuals to find solace in the shared human experience. As the 20th century unfolded, the legacy of Roman mythology continued to weave itself into the fabric of modern society. Movies and literature pulled from these ancient wells, reshaping and reinventing the stories for new audiences. Cinematic portrayals of gods and heroes captivated millions, allowing them to experience the thrill and wonder of Roman tales anew. The visual spectacle of epic battles and divine interventions ignited a passion for mythology that transcended generations, captivating both young and old alike. In classrooms across the globe, the study of Roman mythology became a lens through which students could explore their own identities and cultures. The stories of gods, monsters, and heroes became vehicles for understanding morality, ethics, and the human experience. Teachers shared the poetic verses of Ovid and the stirring epics of Virgil, allowing students to connect with the rich emotional landscapes of the past. The lessons learned were timeless, echoing through the chambers of history, reminding each generation that they, too, were part of a grand story that began long before their time. With every retelling, every adaptation, Roman mythology remained a powerful force, a living testament to the enduring nature of human imagination. It whispered promises of love, courage, and transformation that transcended the constraints of time and space. As the sun set on one chapter of history, it rose on another, illuminating the paths forged by these ancient tales. In every heart that yearned for connection, in every mind that sought understanding, the legacy of Roman mythology swirled, a vibrant tapestry that would never truly fade, forever influencing the cultures and societies that followed. In the flickering light of 100 candles, a statue of Jupiter looms large, casting its shadow over a gathering of politicians. The room hums with the tension of ambition, echoing with the whispers of history. These leaders, dressed in crisp suits instead of togas, feel the weight of ancient Rome pressing upon their shoulders. They may have traded their laurel wreaths for the trappings of modern power, but the echoes of Roman mythology are woven into the very fabric of their decisions, their laws, and their societal norms. Consider the tales of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers raised by a she-wolf, destined for greatness yet marked by rivalry. Their story is a potent reminder of the duality of human nature: conflict and unity, ambition and downfall. It is a story that modern leaders know well, one that inspires both awe and caution. In the hallowed halls of governance, the names of these ancient figures are evoked, their stories replayed as metaphors for political strife and triumph. Every time a leader rises to power, they carry with them the legacy of Romulus, forever vigilant against the threat of betrayal, just as Remus once faced. The gods of Rome, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, are more than mere figures of myth. They are symbols of the virtues and vices that politicians strive to embody or avoid. Jupiter's thunderbolts remind leaders of the weighty consequences of their decisions, while Mars stirs within them the fierce spirit of competition and conflict. Venus whispers sweetly of diplomacy and allure, coaxing leaders toward charm and persuasion. These divine figures have become archetypes in the modern psyche, influencing how society views authority, strength, and love. Every time legislation is drafted, it is infused with a certain reverence for the past. Consider how the Roman Senate, a bastion of debate and governance, continues to echo through modern legislative bodies. The very architecture of contemporary parliaments borrows from the grandeur of Roman forums, where citizens once gathered to witness the unfolding of democracy. The stone structures, columns, and domes stand as witnesses to the ideals of civic duty and public service that originated thousands of years ago. The impact of Roman mythology extends beyond the structures of governance. It seeps into the very laws that shape society. The 12 Tables, Rome's earliest codification of law, set the precedent for justice and equality, principles that resonate in today's legal systems. The idea that every citizen, regardless of status, deserves a fair trial or protection under the law can be traced back to the mythic tales of justice served by gods like Themis and her Roman counterpart, Justitia. As the sun sets, casting long shadows across the marble floors, the tension in the room escalates. A fiery debate erupts over a new policy. Memories of Cincinnatus, the farmer who became a dictator only to return to his plow, flow through the minds of the lawmakers. They wrestle with the modern-day implications of power, the desire to serve versus the temptation to cling to authority. The air crackles with the intensity of their convictions, each voice echoing the struggles of the past. In their personal lives, the impact of Roman mythology continues to shape perspectives on honor and sacrifice. Stories of selfless heroes, like the soldier Horatius, who stood alone against an enemy to protect his city, inspire everyday individuals to display courage in their own battles. This mythic resolve is evident in those who work tirelessly for their communities, embodying the spirit of the Roman citizen who believed in the common good. But as the clock ticks toward midnight, an unsettling realization beckons. The shadows cast by these ancient tales are not all benevolent. The darker narratives, the betrayals, the bloodshed, and the devastation linger in the corridors of power as haunting reminders of what can happen when ambition overshadows virtue. The myth of the Republic's fall, where greed and corruption led to chaos, whispers caution to modern leaders. The fear of repeating history looms large, a specter of discontent that threatens to tear the very fabric of society apart. Outside, the city hums with life. Citizens walk unknowingly through the same streets that once echoed with the footsteps of emperors. The influence of Roman mythology is omnipresent, from public monuments that celebrate historical triumphs to the legal frameworks that uphold societal structures. Even in modern art and literature, echoes of these ancient myths can be felt, characters grappling with their own destinies, mirroring the struggles of the past. As the politicians argue, a flicker of understanding washes over them. They are not just leaders. They are stewards of a legacy that spans millennia. History is not merely a story confined to dusty books. It is a living entity, breathing through the choices they make today. The legends of Rome compel them to reflect on their own roles, urging them to act with integrity, to be champions of their people, and to resist the seductive pull of power that could lead to ruin. The night deepens, and within those walls, the collective realization acts as a catalyst. Each leader feels the history surge through them, an inexplicable connection to the past that ignites a renewed sense of purpose. They understand that their actions today will ripple through time, shaping the narratives of generations to come. As arguments give way to a collaborative spirit, the air vibrates with a newfound energy. Ancient whispers blend with modern resolve, creating a tapestry of ambition tinged with the wisdom of the ages. In this charged atmosphere, the lines between past and present blur, and the spirit of Roman mythology finds its voice once more, echoing through the corridors of power and into the hearts of the people. The candles flicker, illuminating the faces of leaders transformed by the realization of their shared destiny, a destiny rooted deeply in the lessons of ancient Rome. The story continues, an endless cycle of struggle, triumph, and reflection that binds each generation to the next. The myths endure, shaping not just governance, but the very essence of humanity itself, weaving together the threads of history into a vibrant, living narrative that defies time.